in our societies, from economic, social, and human rights. Thank you so much, Vincent, for the remarks. At this moment, I would want to welcome Diana Wageshi on behalf of Madam Diana Gishego, the Executive Director of TISA, to give us brief remarks. Wageshi, if you are around, wapi makofi ya Wageshi?
Good morning, fellow taxpayers. Yeah, the way you're smiling looks like we are happy taxpayers. Oh, we are? Good. Yeah, thank you very much. I am Angela Wangeshi. I work with the Institute for Social Accountability, that is TISA. So here on behalf of our ED, Diana Gishengo, and the reason we are here today and very invested in this conversation is because one, because we are taxpayers, and two, because accountability is at the heart of the work that we do at TISA. And so accountability is two-way, both from the citizens and from the government. And the reason I say that is because, one, we pay taxes, and so there's something that we expect from the government. So the first part we ask ourselves is, are we doing our duty as citizens, as taxpayers? Then number two, what is the government giving us for the taxes that we pay for? So hearing about it today. So I would like, by the time we are done with this session here, we understand what is our role as in the budget making process. Because we will, some of us is doing. Do we follow? Vincent has mentioned about human rights, and
mwalimu. Now that local village disciplinarian disciplined you wherever they found you. That has disappeared in our generation. I can't imagine my neighbor just disciplining my children on the street. But basically, what they did, they disciplined you and then came and brought you home and told your mother, nimempia stronger. How many remember that kind of an experience? It was worse when that disciplinarian is your mother's friend, is a teacher in your school, and also doubles up, triples up as a Sunday school teacher.
And a friend of the chief.
You are in trouble everywhere. So there was the disciplinarian. Then there is a careless guy where everything goes. You know? Who drinks himself and then comes spewing the secrets of people, you know, at 1 a.m. Then there's a village madman or mad woman who, out of reality of life and everything that has happened, they're just there. Some of us didn't even know whether when you are inside or when you're outside, because there's no gate and there's no fence. That's PFM village entail. What should we entail in this particular village? Who will be the village madman? Or we are all mad? Oh, sorry. There's a quote that says that you must not call a man mad who carries the madness of a society, because they are inflicted by what happens. Who is the disciplinarian? Who reminds us of the things that we need to be doing when we lose it? Who is the caregiver? Who takes care of people when they are burning out? Because if there is a space where burnout is almost regular and a constant, is this one. Because the PFM process, the budget cycle does not stop. I've been at it from 2005, September. Na sijawahi sikia mahali budget cycle ilifika mahali ikastop. So tukasema for the next 1 year, no budget cycle, no budget being implemented. So for those of you who are waiting for the day things will be relaxed and then you rest, it's not about to stop. And sometimes it's almost like it's getting even much, much more. What kind of a villager are you in the PFM village? Where do you fall? Are you the careless one? The free flow one? Who says itajipa? Whatever happens, happens. Government will do what they had planned to do anyway. So why bother? So as we come together, I wanted to reflect with us just on three things. One, that this village has come a long way. Now, we are no longer in our villages where we came from, where we were born, but we are here trying to create a new village. Because the mantra of this generation is create your own village. I know some of us have tried, especially when we came, those of us who came, there are those who are in Nairobi by birth and there are those who came by bus. So those who came by bus, to look for greener pastures, the first thing they were told, especially watu wametoka pande ya kina Bonyo, is when you get to the city. Those ones are even more interesting because they tell you when they're in Kangemi that they are coming to your house. That's when they call you and say, hey, by the way, nilipio namba yako, niko hapa Kangemi, nikupate wapi? I don't know whether they think, oh yes, in the village there is a village tree where all people meet in the evening. So I think when you're coming from the village, you think even in Nairobi, watu wakitoka kazi, kuna mahali wanakutana. And then they tell you, mimi niliambiwa nitashikia ambassador. So I don't know how you came to the city, but when you came here, one of the things we all try to do is to find people from our place. Hello? Wale wametoka pande ya Mrima, their world ends at Githurai. Na wakipanda sana wanafika Gashie. Oh, sorry, UNEP. Those who come from this other side, their world ends at Kangemi. So there is a small village in Kangemi called Sodom. I don't know what goes on there. For others, their world ends in Kibera. Watu wa Western, Kawangware. Wanajijua. That's why I started with watu wa Mrima. Sisi watu wa Nakuru, there is no way to stop on the way. So we come to the city center. No, you see the problem is that we are coming from another. So we are unable to stop in the villages. We need to land in another city. What kind of a village do we want to create? And do we just want to create the same village? So we try to live out the village, yet the times have changed. And as we are thinking about public finance management, a lot has changed and is changing. Describe just how much artificial intelligence, the access to internet. When I started in this space, we had these big books. And the other day, one of my colleagues actually pushed one into my office. The hard book. It was actually available at the government printer. I know some of you have no idea where the government printer is. It is just down the street here. And all you needed to do, we waited for the speech to be read on a Thursday. And after the speech has been read on Thursday, and one day Saitoti read for 4 hours. It was the longest. He read from 2:30 to 6:30 p.m. But it's until when he finishes the last sentence that the book will be available at the government printer. You cannot buy it before. So you go and buy volume 1 to volume 2, volume 3 of recurrent, because that was a big one, and then volume 1 and 2 of the development, and then another one on the revenue estimates. Then you come and type those numbers. I'm talking of 2007. It's not a long time I'm talking about. You type those numbers, or you try and scan, those who are at a bit of advanced something, you scan them, and then you analyze, because you need to prepare a memo to send it to Parliament if you care, by Monday, because they start discussions of the speech of the minister on Tuesday, the following Tuesday. Right now, today here, you can go to parliament.go.ke or treasury.go.ke and you will find all the documents. Things have changed. Hello? That time, it was a few souls, very poor souls, at the Institute of Economic Affairs, Mwalimu Mati, 5 other people, who used to do the analysis. Right now, almost everybody knows there is a finance bill. Whether they are new in the village, because they think it's the first time finance bill 2024 was the first thing, was the first time it was ever tabled. It's been tabled since 1963 for your information. So a lot has changed. Transparency has become easier. Information is available. Analysis is easier. Access to parliament and to other institutions of decision makers are better. The question is, have we changed with those times? Or are we still stuck with the hard copy mentality? We used to have a centralized system of government. In fact, we used to call it central government. Then we adopted a new constitution that has a devolved system of government. Now, I need to explain a bit more that devolution has nothing to do with the creation of county governments as a benevolent act of a merciful, kind, and caring national government. Devolution is about distribution and division of responsibilities between a national government and county governments. And therefore, the responsibility for the delivery, utilization of public funds, and delivery of public services, the actualization of public benefits, as we are discussing today, is both a responsibility of the national government as it is a responsibility of county governments. And none is spared from that provision. So we have moved from a centralized system to a devolved system, but is our running software different, or is it still centralized? Is there any decentralization? The Constitution says that there shall be decentralization. Article 174 through 176 talks about there shall be decentralization from to the lowest level. We call it the subsidiarity principle, where basically things should be done at the level they are most appropriately and economically to be done. But today when you go to our county governments, is there any activity that is happening beyond the headquarters? Or have the headquarters become the new seats of central power? Which that tells me that if that is the case, and in some cases I know that's the case, we have simply transitioned in the system, but we have the same mentality of a central system of government. Again, a lot has changed. But the second question, and I will not go past there. The second question I wanted to just reflect with us is the question of, so what kind of a village do we actually need to have? What kind of a world do we dream of this new world? How many of you believe that it is possible for every Kenyan to enjoy a basic minimum of quality public services? And I've picked those words very carefully. How many of us believe it? How many of us are not sure? How many of us have no opinion? Uko tu. You see, a big part of where we want is starting with the vision and the conviction. I believe it is possible. However much it is difficult and sometimes seemingly impossible. And why I talked about a basic minimum of quality is because there are certain things every Kenyan should be able to access in healthcare. Article 43 of the Constitution is very clear on at least a basic minimum of a certain things. And there are a few other articles, whether you think about Article 35 on access to information, whether you think about Article 43 on the socio-economic rights and all the things that we need to think about. That's the country we want. A country where we care about the today, But we also worry about the implications of the future. The Constitution, Article 201, talks about that the benefits and the burdens of public debt shall be shared between current and future generations. Where prudence is not just a word and a name of a person, but it's actually a reality in how we spend the resources and public resources in our country. Where equity is not just something that we pride ourselves. Professor Yashpal Gai kept reminding me that our constitution has the highest number of the word equity. There are 14 of them. The world over. But does that equity, where we treat everybody according to their need and tax everybody according to their ability, there's a lot of philosophical debate that we can have on that line alone. Because now with the experience of Shisha, where we are all high on different things, I'm not too sure we need to tax everybody according to ability. Where equity is a reality and service provision is a reality. What kind of a village do we want? Is it a village of complainers where all the time we meet we complain? Or is it a village of workers? Some villages are known for hard work where people wanajituma. Other villages are known for laissez-faire. Everything goes. In fact, if you want to set a business, they tell you usiende huko. Hakuna kitu utafanya. Finally, can I challenge us on what we can do? I've talked about where we are coming from, that we have made progress, but some of that progress has not translated into actual benefits. But it's progress nonetheless. We cannot say where we were at the same place. Our revenue has increased. Kenya has been in a very special way. Our revenue, our national revenue, has actually been rising by 10%. I mean, who among you has had a 10% increase in their salary year on year for 10 years? Perhaps none. But Kenya, because it has a very active cow, a very functional cow, and it is not my right to say who that cow is. But it's basically our taxation has been growing. So what do we need to do? Allow me to submit. This is where I look at the notes. I think we all, individually and collectively, must get angry. Ask your neighbor, are you angry enough? Wale watu wako kwa sako wamekasirika saizi. Because the only mlima that was left for them has been touched. Now, if you read the finance bill of this coming year, that mlima is going to be shaken a bit more. Because one of the targets is dividends taxation. The Cusco master, of course, has come very close. The reason why you are angry is because your money is there. And what is the discussion right now? That SACCOs are actually not apportioning enough to take care of the risks. Generally, what does it apportioning more mean? Cutting more of your dividend to take care of this other mess. But who among you puts money in a SACCO, then says, that's pocket change. You 2,000 natumanga hapo kwa SACCO. They can do whatever they want to do with it. So what about your 30% of your income? Why doesn't it bother you? Because I'm preaching to the converted. But I think we need to get more angry, and we need to talk to more people to get angry about how resources, and it's not just the anger of shouting and abusing, but the anger of demanding that the right thing is done. The anger of those of us who have responsibilities of trust, pushing ourselves to do the right thing. So I think we need to be angry. And if you're not angry enough, please see me after kuna jua. See me here behind the tent. The sun might just help us to get more angry. Secondly, as we get angry, we must celebrate progress as we call out regress. What do I mean? I don't know when was the last time you thought about public officials in this country who do the right thing, even under very difficult circumstances. That nurse who still opens that dispensary even when there are no supplies and tries everything. Nurses who have even been told stories who have used their own money. Policemen and women who use their own money to assist somebody who is vulnerable. Government officials who refuse to sign something that would even have benefited them directly because it is not the right thing. When was the last time you spared a thought for such people? I think they are the ones who are holding things together. Because our headlines are full of the right people doing the madness and the things that don't celebrate. But calling out the regress and saying this is what it is. Thirdly, or fourthly, we must act with precision and right now. What does it mean to act with precision? We must educate ourselves more. We must inform ourselves more on different areas. I know all of us. I think we need to the budget cycle. We need to start going deeper. Somebody should be able to tell us where, even doing forensic kind of audits. And be able to point what needs to be done and done differently so that we are acting from a point of information. We cannot remain at a general level. And lastly, we must act together. It's a niche space. Once you know, you become the king of the village. And people call you and ask you, so what is happening in government? Yeah? And even when you have not read the BPS, you talk like you've read it because after all, those asking you, they have not done it about. And even if you lie, they have no idea. Unakuwa mkadiriaji, jorua. I've just mixed two words there. You become the guy, the lady who everybody turns to. But I don't think we have any more space for loners. This is a long game. That the village does not end here. We continue to activate conversations. And I see people here, each of you, I think I have a story for each of you. I see people who have been in this space. Sheila, offered everything she can in this country. Yeah? I don't want you to die. Yeah? I want you to enjoy. This country is where it is because good to see you. It might not get easier, but finally, I see all of you. And me also. Quite a pleasure to see you. Thank you very much. I look forward to the conversations and wishing each and every continue to build this village where everybody matters, where every conversation contributes to the betterment of our society. Remember, every thank you. Bless you.
Asante, tumpige makofi. Every issue is a what? Is a what? How many are angry? Kama uko angry, clap once. If you are hungry, clap twice. Kumbe watu wako na njaa bwana. Ask yourself, are you ati zote? Hawezi kuwa zote saa hii. Uliza Kwame kama ako na njaa ama amekasirika. Anasema aje? Ako na njaa mbaya sana. Every issue is what? Tusiguze. Hata tuguze for now.
Nimetoka wa Munyoro actually Nyeri.
Hiyo inabidi tumeguza my friend.
Tharaka Nithi County.
Tharaka Nithi County. Aha.
Machakos County.
Machakos County. Kuna regions hapa ziko represented. Atisi.
Murang'a County.
Murang'a County.
Yes.
Where exactly?
Kimorori Wempa.
Kimorori Wempa.
Nyairobi County.
Aha. Ano walikuja na bus. Daktari. Hawa Nairobi ndio walikuja na bus. Ni kama walifika na Mbukenya leo.
County 015 Kitui County.
Kitui County. Any region pale nyuma? Just want to know ni region gani iko hapa. Sipati watu wa Kisumu bwana. Kwani sisi watu ya Europe jamani?
Kuresoi North, Nakuru County.
Nakuru County. Another region?
Mwatate 006 Taita Taveta.
Aha. Hapo nyuma yako?
Voi Taita Taveta.
Aha. Hapo nyuma kuna region?
Kericho County 035.
That's great. Any other region? Watu ya Nyanza. Kwani muliacha Kisumu kwa hesabu? Mulitoa watu ya Europe kwa hesabu? I think Josephine Nyamada anieleza mbona Europe city, the only city. Ama namna gani? Kuna ingine tena? Kuna city ingine? Ati Rift Valley. Rift Valley City.
Nakuru County.
Aha. Watu ya mama. Nakuru girls Asante. So we are moving on well, ladies and gentlemen. John. Ako wapi? Ni wewe. Mpigeni makofi John. Akuja on the floor. John will be our moderator for the next session that will be talking about we are going to discuss we are going to talk about financing public expenditure within the fiscal consolidation plan in Kenya. Na huyu jamaa amesimama hapa anaitwa John Kinuthia, Senior Programs Officer. Budget Hub, ni wewe? Just confirm these guys ni wewe.
Ni mimi.
Mnakubaliana ni wewe huyu jamaa? Sasa zingine tunaongea na mtu mwenye si yeye. Daktari, uko sawa ni huyu jamaa? Haya, you can take the stage.
Thank you.
John will be the moderator of the next session, and before he invites the panelists of that discussion, ningependa kurecognize the fact that tutakuwa na mzee mzima Kwame Owino. Na huyu jamaa najua mnamjua vizuri, si ndio? Na tutakuwa na Leonard Wanyama biliva kwa hapa ndani, na tutakuwa na mzee mzima Cuba Houghton, alafu Hilary Omani. Hawa wangwana ndio watatueleza jinsi ambavyo the financing of public expenditure within fiscal consolidation plan inafanyika hapa. Na vile alisema kwamba every issue is what? Hata mimi kusimama hapa hii ni budget issue bwana. Unajua ilibidi Nyamai hapa pige budget yake. Aangalie left right aguzeguze mifuko. Akapigia daktari akuuliza unajua tunaleta Ken Babu. Akasema daktari akuuliza tutawezana kweli? Mimi nikamwambia daktari every issue is what? Sasa mimi pia ni Asante sana bwana John. Take over tafadhali.
So thank you. Good morning everyone. So thanks very much, and I want to start first by thanking the team from Budget Talk Global for putting this village together. I think for the last 2 rounds when we've participated in the PDF, we were always accommodated by the SDG village, and then finally there is growing up that has happened, and I'm happy that the team from Budget Talk Global have done it. So thank you very much for that. Different areas. So before I call the panelists, there is a small announcement.
Thank you. I can see guys that ule msichana pala amenifanyia signal, amenifanyia macho, akasema ningependa kupiga selfie bana. Autangazi selfie yangu. Sasa toa simu yako jamani. Unajua watu hapa, unajua ni mambo ya pesa. Mimi naogopa sana, lakini nashangaa hamkuleta watu ya Europe bwana. Mungeona simu, mungeona gadgets bwana. Mungeona gadget my friend. Ama nichomoe. Ati nini? Ati wako hapa watu wa Kisumu wako wapi hapa? Huyu ni Mabondo bwana. Na ulisikia walisema Bondo vile juko mambo ni mbaya. Haya. Chomoa zako. Umechomoa hivi, umechomoa simu yako.
It's going down. So you're all youth generation here. Everyone has a gadget, as it's been called. The organizations that we are tagging are Africa Youth Trust. Of course, I have to start with that because it's my organization. Their hashtag is AYT_ORG. Then there is Muzalendo Trust. That is Muzalendo Watch. Budget Talks. Embassy of Norway. And then there is TISA. And then there is Budget Hub. Let's keep on doing that. Let's keep the conversation going. And I'll be here. I'll also share a link to where you can get the pictures live so that you can help you in tweeting. Otherwise, thank you very much for the time. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That's not an area I have strength. Selfies and hashtags and so please allow panel. Josephine is many things. She's the lead in the Coast Regional Budget Hub. She's one of the co-founders together with Eve of Budget of Global, but also she's an advisor with the Danish Embassy, the Youth Something Board. I know it's big. Then we have Leonard Wanyama. Where is Leonard? There you go. So Leonard Wanyama is with the East African Tax Justice network, not justice. And he'll be speaking a lot about taxes as well. Sorry. All right. All right, so we'll get started, and I was told I have an hour, and an hour and 15 minutes. I've been given extra 50. That's the value of making sure your panel has the organizer, because you get more time. So we'll jump right into the conversation, and I will ask my panelists to really feel free to share their thoughts on the issues that we'll cover in this session. But a lot is focused on how do we manage, how we raise revenue as a country, and how we spend. The problem we are in right now is because there's something we got wrong with that balance. And so even when we were preparing for this session, the team was very keen to say this is about balancing the books. Those who are more libertarian will say we want a balanced budget, right? So really, this is going to be an interesting conversation from that perspective. Now, I'll start with you, Kwame, because I think the phrase fiscal consolidation has been used in this country for very many years. And how it's applied has often taken very different angles. If you look at the current scenario, there's a lot of let's raise more money. We need to tax more, we need to find ways. Rugo was speaking about they are coming for dividends. And I was about to say, we're already paying a withholding tax on it. So there's a lot of that. But on the flip side, we are supposed also to be managing how we are spending. We are supposed to be freeing up resources so that they can be spent where they are needed most, but not spending on everything, because you never really have the resources to do that. Now, on the tax side, it seems we've done a lot. Finance bill after finance bill and other laws that have come on board. But a question seems to be, are we managing our spending? And why do we seem to be struggling to do that? So over to you, Kwame.
All right. Good morning, everybody, and thanks for this invitation. So I think the question is, we've talked about the last 10 years. Tax collections have been growing, or government revenues have been growing at 10% every year. And as Abraham correctly mentioned, few people get a raise in your income of 10% every year for 10 straight years. That's a lot. That means basically your income has doubled and you have another 50% on top of it. That's really, really high. So it's telling you that if you have this amount of money and it's growing, why are you running a deficit, or why do you run into a debt problem? It means your expenditures are growing at a faster rate. And it means two things. You can decide that 10% growth in income per year is not enough, or you can decide that the rate at which we are spending is also too high. It's one or the other, or both. The government of Kenya seems to lean on raising more taxes. And I think that's an easy thing if you think it's mechanical. We raise more taxes, incomes are going to come. But if you remember last year, in trying to raise an additional 230 billion, we nearly broke the country. So it's telling you that on the part of the people who are paying, they are telling you this pain has gone too far. Because now you're asking us to pay you and we're not able to eat. So I think there's a natural check to how much government can say, this is what we want to spend because we are taking the money off your pockets. We are raising taxes, we are raising borrowing, and we're also raising at the same time our spending. So the point was, in the protests and some of those sad events, what Kenyans were saying is, this is going too far. You're going beyond how much incomes we are comfortable to give. And there's no science around taxes in terms of the collection. It is what society agrees we should pay. And it looks like there's a stop last year. So that's the first thing. The second thing that I'd say is that I think we ought to win government and ourselves as people who comment on taxes and spending of the view that a government with more money, a rich government, is a good one. There's no truth in that. It's just a preference. Because government doesn't have its own money per se, except for what it claims from other people's income. Whether it's income, VAT, all those other things that government needs to do. So I think that's the basic thing. But as I stop, it means that the fiscal consolidation, which has been leaning heavily on more revenue collection, is coming a cropper. If you look at the last, and John Buddy has been out there every day saying that, look, when they passed after the finance bill failed and they brought the tax amendments law, the expectation was that they'd raise about 140 billion or thereabouts, slightly less. And what they'd raised was just about 40. So less than 1/3 of what was expected. So it's telling you that there's a certain limit to how much taxes you can squeeze out of Kenyan households and Kenyan farms. And that's the reality we need to face. How you bring back spending is a question of discipline. So I'll give two examples and then I'll shut up. One of the first ones is, I personally don't believe that the government of Kenya employs 1 million people. I don't believe it. I really don't believe it. There are just some people who are probably there because their ID is in a HR office and they are paid a salary, but they actually don't exist and don't exist. So the first thing is just to ask ourselves, how do we make sure we are paying people who are showing up or really work for the public sector? That's the first one. And I'm talking about both national government and the county governments. They are just, I don't believe those numbers. 900,000 people, I don't believe it. As a matter of fact, I don't believe that there are 40,000. I don't believe that there are 400,000 teachers teaching children in Kenyan schools. I don't believe it. So something about those numbers need to be cleaned out fast. That's the first one. And that ought not to be difficult. It doesn't mean you're cutting. It simply means you're actually disciplining the number of people who work. Would savings come from that? I suspect a lot. So that's the first. And the second, the government of Kenya
is on. A question I will throw to you is, how different should we do it, and what criteria do you think the government can adopt to make sure that we live within our means? Because that seems to be the headache. Living within our means, and I like something Kwame has said, we should not be envious of a rich government. So we want also to be able to make sure that we are managing how much the government is collecting. So when it comes to the spending, what do you think we need to have as a criteria that ensures we live within our means?
Thanks, John.
First of all, it's great to be back here. I think we were of allocations of money that's going towards different things. And of course, a big culprit of this happens to be the education sector, where there are bursaries and scholarships for every county almost every county government. Even beyond the education sector, some of the research we've been doing at Bajeti Hub actually indicates that there's bursaries outside of the education sector. So for example, in the social protection sector, the Office of the President actually has its own bursaries for secondary school students, the orphan and vulnerable children. So one of the things that we could explore in terms of prioritization is how do we see where county governments have an agriculture function that county government is supposed to have. So to do with, are those needs and values, do they have a space to be expressed, right? So is there public participation that allows for the government to actually grasp these different needs and aspirations? But also, as citizens, are we actually taking advantage of the information, of the opportunities that are there for us to engage, so that the government is actually aware of our priorities and are involved in that?
It also affects the rate of disbursement of the equitable share that comes to the counties. But secondly, we cannot finalize that discussion without holding them to account. What are you doing with the money that we have, even in the constrained fiscal space that we are encountering in the country? The second thing is to also ask, what can we do with the revenues that we collect locally as OSR? Can we use that to be able to meet part of the services that we provide? Because Article 175 states that
shillings, or rather almost 4 billion USDs in an annual basis to grow, to bring our infrastructure to a modernized state, and to make sure that our people are enjoying the services as of developed in the developed country. But for us to do that, our resources are limited, and you see what we can collect as local revenue is as much. We cannot meet that development deficit. So the fact is that for us to develop, we need resources, and that's why we've been unable to match our development budget to the required tunes. So that's where the private sector comes in. Private sector has it's efficient, it's invests. They say it's not the business of government to do business, but rather to create that conducive environment where business, through policy, through legislation, to make sure that business thrives. And hence the business doing business, the fact is that the private sector is efficient, unlike government. There's a lot of wastage, there's a lot of inefficiencies in government. And that's why, first of all, to bridge that gap, the government enters through specific projects through a public-private partnership. There's a bit that public guarantees. There's a bit that the private sector, especially financing, that comes to it. Again, another fact is that the business interest is in return on investment, but the government interest is provision of service. So we need to come up to an agreement for a project to be viable to the private sector. There needs to be, demonstration that this project will be able to repay the private investments that the private sector is putting into to support government to do that which it meant to do. So I think there's a place for specific projects that are capital, and most of the times the projects are capital intensive and require so much that a government with limited fiscal space cannot be able to provide. And that's as you have, the rest have said, we have very little space for us to input into development and to survive. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I let you go, so because of the current debt position of the country, and here I'm taking a very wide look at it, not just Kenyan private companies, but also just globally. How attractive is Kenya for such kind of projects to the private sector, from where you sit?
Well, Kenya has a growing middle class. Hence, And that's why I think even the president keeps saying, you know, kuna watu wako na pay slips, ndio. Watu wako na pay slip, they need to saidia mama mboga tuwatoe hapa chini tuwalete hapa jesio. So I think Kenya, we have first of all our resilient nature. Our economy has largely been resilient over time, despite the very many shocks that continue to face it. So our people, our populace are largely educated. Our literacy levels are at least above most across Africa, and our potential is largely huge if we're able to put it into, you know, so we have the potential to attract private credit. Our manufacturing sector, even though has been on the dip, but it has a great potential. Our natural resource is sufficient, and if it can be you know, produced optimally, we're able to generate more and even repay. But there are quite a number of inefficiencies. I think Kwame has always been talking about it, that you enable productive our
of reliance on the payslip and the question of the social contract is, to my mind, quite simply a lack of imagination. It's the simplest way to just smash and grab whatever is in our pockets and dash away. Because from what I gather from last year's conversation, you keep hearing the word patriotism being dropped around very strategically. Yet, what we can see right now is that our patriotism has been eroded simply because of this idea that people with base must be paid. Yet there are a whole bunch of other issues. For instance, when we talk of non-tax revenue, the question of licenses and how they've the money that goes to those licenses or anything that we buy. For instance, I don't know whether the mystery around the money we pay for the certificate of good conduct has ever been sorted and things like that. The licenses about Kanjo and all that. These are other sources that should be considered. But to say that pay slips will pay for everything essentially just erodes that conversation. So there are a lot of other aspects. So as I've said, there's licensing. There is questions like tax expenditures. So once you have that conversation, what are we giving away and what are we gaining? But essentially, because from the point of the question of tax governance, the idea of inequality as a function of unfairness and political dominance of one group or economic or other has to now extend to the question that as we talk about these things, how do we sort out inequality by addressing the question of productivity? Again, another linkage. Nyamai told us here in the morning of her business. This is a big problem in this country. Productivity is not happening. Businesses are not growing. Or those that are in existence are essentially walking a slow death to lack of or provision of revenues. And so I think on the question of the social contract, as I've just kind of connected the dots, we have to now think of productivity, and taxation should just spread all that. Even if we are thinking of, for instance, expanding the tax base, you have to expand it through not the pay slips around, but also the informal sector. But that return on investment has to happen, which isn't happening a lot of the times. Thank you.
Thank you. And I like the fact that you started with that social contract aspect, the relationship between the state and citizens, and what the incentive is to raise more from the same public. And I think it brings a big question about the value for money and whether people feel that they are getting value for the shilling they give. And last year, at one point, ARA were doing a roadshow, going around the country, encouraging all of us to be good taxpayers, take advantage of the waiver that was there. And one person said, actually, you should not come marketing to us how we should properly file our taxes and how to use items. It should actually help us to see that the money you collected from me last year actually provided a good service. If you do that, I'll be willing to pay more taxes. And one of the things that the government has said we do, and said we've already started doing, is a focus on what they are calling zero-based budgeting. And this now has been thrown. For those of you who have looked at the budget policy statement, you have worked by the CS for the National Treasury and Planning. It's spoken a lot about zero budgeting as this thing now that they are doing that will help manage how expenditure is happening. Kwame, is zero-based budgeting the dream we've been waiting for to make sure there is value for money?
Right.
Oh, sorry, and please, you can start explaining what zero-based budgeting is.
Okay. Now, so
Why it's up and it was approved in the cabinet level was this shift from the kind of accounting system we use as a country. And I'll start with you, Cuba, but Onami also has to speak to it. So in this effort to deal with pending bills, which are quite significant at the national and the county level, then the government is looking to change how it does its accounting and hoping that that will kind of minimize the challenges that we have with the pending bills, because then they are kind of a dragging debt that we have to consider when we are doing our budget. So this adoption of this accrual system of accounting, Cuba, does it help us reduce a bit of that elephant in the room, or are we trying to solve bad manners with a technical thing?
Thanks, John. I think the accumulation of pending bills is primarily a behavioral issue. It's part of it is a manifestation of the cash basis method of accounting that we've been using, and we'll get into that. But I think fundamentally it's a thing of intention to pay. So, for example, if you came here via Boda Boda and you agreed on the price, you're going to pay 150 shillings, and it comes to the end of the trip and you tell him, I'm not going to pay, I'll pay you maybe tomorrow, right? And you keep doing that for all other things, that maybe services you may consume or you may end up procuring. It's a behavioral thing, right? But how accrual accounting will come into the picture is that it'll just make it a bit more visible, make the bad behavior a bit more visible. So how we currently account for our finances, or for when government procure services, is we do it on a cash basis, which basically means that the record of the transaction, let's say the government wants to buy this block, for example, the transaction for the government to procure that is only recorded when the money moves. Right? So if you think of a transaction as having 3 basic steps, you make the order is delivered, you pay, right? So in the current system, you only record the transaction at the last part when you pay. That means that, for example, if it's a county government, they can make an order to purchase this box, the box is delivered, and they say, we're going to pay, and they say we're going to pay in a number of months, right? We'll pay you tomorrow. So in the system, that unsettled financial obligation is not visible. It only becomes recorded once the payment is made, once the cash moves. Now with accrual accounting, the transaction is recorded as and when it happens, right? So even if you tell someone, I'm going to pay you later, at least there's a record that you're supposed to pay someone later, right? So the problem that we have now, and it's a reason why a lot of the measures that have been presented is around getting this, people to verify pending bills, is because there's no record of, it's not visible, like these financial obligations. So that's why we've had this pending bills verification committee, which basically had the job of sorting through all of these unsettled financial obligations and seeing which ones are legitimate and which ones are not, right? Because for you to become a pending bill, in the sense that you're a legitimate pending bill, you have to meet a certain amount of criteria, certain criteria. So what the accrual accounting is actually going to do, it's going to make a lot of the behavior a lot more visible. We're going to be able to see, the true extent of pending bills in Kenya. And I think it's interesting, one of these, actually I think all of these blocks have a key budget document that's listed here. One of the documents is actually a county debt management strategy paper. And one of the things we've been thinking about is, should we include pending bills as part of the debt conversation, right? Because with this this greater visibility, we'll be able to see to a great extent what debts it is that county governments have, national governments have, state corporations have, which will allow them for a better calculation, including the debt stock that Kenya has, in terms of our borrowing. So it's a nice thing. It's something that's been introduced in a number of countries, but fundamentally we have a problem. We have a behavior of not paying things when we're supposed to, and that still needs to be solved.
Well, thank you so much, and Cuba, I think that's a very good demystifying what the accounting concept of it. But generally, it's a bill, the pending bill, the way it government budgeting process happens. And I think as you look in front here, you see the entire process. The budget has been approved for spending. And because we approved so much budget, we had we had so much to raise to meet our budgets. So most often, whatever we said we will raise, we do not raise. So it becomes like we do not have enough money to meet all the obligations, first of all, that we said we are going to meet in a year. Second thing, using and servicing the government. When government cuts spending, generally it trickles down that you see the private sector will suffer. First of all, the supplies to government, definitely in government providing services, they spend a lot from private sector allocation. So generally, spending will trickle down to the private sector as well. But and it actually just signals, because money, the way money circulates. If you see a government has done some exchequer release, and there's money in the county, you'll feel it, yeah, in the expenditure across businesses, across everyone was happy when the government is spending, but spending in the right way. Again, it just signals.
Well, I disagree fundamentally with the idea. Completely. I mean, you'd be rewriting economics textbooks to say something like that. So for this reason, let me tell you why. If you look at the Kenyan economy, for every 100 shillings produced in the Kenyan economy per year, 23% is government. It means most of the economy is actually private. So that's very, very important. That's first. So the idea that if government spends, private sector gains, some private sector gains. But it can also be private sector outside the country when they're sending boxes of dollars to Dubai. So we have to be very careful when we say stuff like that. So that's the first point. That's a very, very bad analogy about how an economy works. And the second one is this. Government does not have its own money. So before government spends, it has to take taxes from you. So for instance, if government spends less and leaves me with a higher money, so for instance, on the housing levy, for instance, right? If government did not take that 2.5% or whatever it is from each of every one of you, that money would be available for you to either save, which means it would be lent over to somebody else to create business and all that. The only justification in the economics textbook for government spending are the things that if government did not do, then nobody else would do them, such as security. So that justifies government spending. But the idea that governments, if government spends, it helps some private sector, especially private sector that likes hotels or likes certain things or likes helicopters and all that. But the idea that every government spending is necessarily a good thing is completely anti what you find in the economics textbooks. Government spending can also be useful when there is a recession. So for instance, if there are no jobs and for some reason people are not working, which is what happened, they say, during COVID, then you can justify government spending because people have tools, they have factories, but they are idle. That can be spent. But do not believe this circular argument. It is actually a lie. I'm sorry to have to say that. It is not true that government does. There are only certain things that government would spend on. I'll end with this. Remember that everybody who receives money in government, even as a taxpayer, I mean as a worker, be it the president all the way down to the teacher in a primary school in my shags, right? They are net receivers of government money, of public money. In other words, other people have to pay taxes so that government can collect and pay them. That's why when government does not, even pensioners who had received their money and saved it are now 3 months behind. Please don't believe that. It's not true. It isn't. I mean, it would be anathema for me as a student of economics, and I'm a simple one, to actually have the public do that. Because what it means mathematically is, then all of us should become employees at government so that it pays us and we pay it back. And you see how absurd that would be? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Kwame, for that. So the last question, I'll pose it to Leonard. So often you hear this conversation about how, because at the end of the day, we are looking at this also in the long term, right? So we know it will take time to get out of the debt situation we are in and the fiscal challenges we are in. So when we look in the long term, a big part of the conversation is focused on how do we get the country growing, especially the private side of it, growing enough so that, you know, there's not as much dependence on government for certain things. And I think I keep hearing is this bit of, you know, we need to move from being very agricultural, we become a bit more into manufacturing, and when we do well in manufacturing, then you can grow into the services. There's a lot of that language, right, that sometimes is thrown at us. And one of the things that you see Kenya doing in this effort to become a manufacturing hub is a lot of these special economic zones and what have you that are being created all over the place. The goal remains the same, is that the country needs also to grow its economy from one level to another level. From a perspective of where you sit, right, in terms of what the government is trying to do, which is raise more revenue, are we approaching this in the right way? Because when you look at the economic survey, the share of contribution of the manufacturing sector, it's not headed in the direction we think it should. So what is not adding up? Because I was shocked the other day to learn that Two Rivers is a special economic, so I never knew that. So it seems they are everywhere. So what is the connection and what is the disconnect?
Thanks. And to pick up the conversation from where Kwame actually raised, that disconnect is essentially a disruption of logic, if you ask me. Because when things like EPZs, SEZs, those are exclusive zones to attract investment and then probably get the growth that is estimated. But when I said it's a disruption of logic, if you look, if just hearing what Kwame talked about, the 23% and the 70%, you need to be helping these 70 shillings to be productive. And that's why I clearly said there's a disruption in productivity. So the thing you're talking about, transformation from one sector into another, can't happen if we still have this idea of dependency on government activities. It can't happen. As of right now, the things that would interest me is talking about how to change agricultural production in the sense that you're converting a 1 acre farmer into a small business, hence the language of agribusiness. How do you change him from an agribusiness, first bringing them into agribusiness, because it's essentially an informal sector, majority informal sector. So just making a business out of agriculture. If it grows enough, put in manufacturing in there. So if I'm planting some crop How do I make it a business? Through contracts and so forth, so that you have regular revenues. If I want to process my crop into now something that I can sell in a supermarket, give them the incentives to get small micro factories or micro engines and all that. And then from there, once you're selling a processed product, you know, you have the finances and you'll have a whole sector around it. So then you can start talking about a financial sector. And then as you increase, you can talk about now the digitization. So essentially, the chain is broken because we are setting up a system of dependence and it is not productive. So at this point in time, every year when I see or something about shrinking agricultural productivity, I know we are still in the same problem. It doesn't matter if you bring the biggest, fanciest factory or industrialist from wherever, but if the agricultural industry is not absorbing all these young people coming out of school and whatnot, then we are lying to ourselves. So that transformation happens with kind of ending that disruption. Now, what essentially worries me in this whole thing is this disruption is creating kind of new spaces of capture. The conversation I had about the ownership of the digital services in this country is really worrying me, because what we are doing is creating a new barony in the digital space. So the problem that we have been doing about captured land, captured jobs, is now moving into a captured internet, right? Secret techies, wasiri wa teknolojia, who are now essentially unknown to us. So we are extending the problem. And so my worry is we are getting ourselves stuck rather than moving ourselves out of the problem, because the same behavior is now essentially moving from agriculture, it has moved to manufacturing, it has moved to banking, and circles now, same problems. And in the digital space, again, we are going to have the same problems, where the people we don't know who are controlling things are just going to have a free way to move money out of systems into boxes that you're saying are going to Dubai and so forth. And we are just increasing the problem. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So a clap for my panel, please. So the MC has been very clear with me that time is up. But since I have the microphone, I will take the power and ask whether there is... Hey, okay. Probably I was not going to say if you have a question. Okay. So if you have a really burning question, and please, Kenyans, you cannot start with, mine is not a question. Mine is a... Please don't do that. So the MC will just move around very quickly. 2, maximum 3 questions. Sharp, targeted. If you want them answered by somebody on the panel, please direct it. But let's have very quick ones.
One.
And I like it's only ladies who have their hands up. That's really nice. MC, I will leave it to you to choose.
Okay, I have a question. I'm a village
Your name,
person.
please. Your name,
I'm Kerubo. I'm representing the Lake Region Hub. So my question is a village question. There's this issue of public debt. So every year in out we have this public debt. So my question is this. So for me, if I have a person, I'm borrowing money every year and he is not returning that money to me, so next time I won't give him that money, because there is no way I'll use my money and I wait for years, like 10 years, 20 years, still my money, I'm not getting it back. So my question is something hidden to those who are borrowing money to Kenya? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. So my name is Violet Mbiti, representing the Nairobi Eastern Central Budget Hub. So my question is basically on pending bills. So in the budget policy statement, they stated that counties owe 189 billion as pending bills, and this also includes money owed to KEMSA by counties, and that is why there is no medicines even in public health facilities. So I wanted to ask, this question is directed to the panel. Whoever will answer. So are there any systemic financial challenges within the counties that makes it difficult to clear this debt? Because Senate recommended the counties that they should pay at least 1 billion per year, but they are not obeying the Senate. So what are the systemic challenges, financial challenges? Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Now now that we are from the Senate, wacha tukuje huku National Assembly. Tusikie mheshimiwa kutoka county gani?
Good afternoon. My name is Meshak Stephen Lokanjo. I am graduate from University of Nairobi. I did economics and statistics. My question is directed to the economist Kwame Owino. Is Kenya debt trajectory sustainable under the current fiscal consolidation framework? And lastly, how do you assess the risk of over-reliance on debt to finance public expenditure?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please allow me to stop it there, so that we don't take all the time for the other panel. So Kwame, at least there's one question directed to you. Are we out of the treadmill yet? Are we headed in the right direction?
Well, so far, I mean, the biggest achievement we had last year was that there was no default. So it looks like we're okay. But there are certain other payments that are coming over time. And what we are seeing right now is government has announced a certain number of deals. You remember the swap deal, which is basically borrowing money so that you can pay off one debt and then buy yourself some time. So it's buying time. And so we'll have to observe again. Now, the other thing is if you have a debt at the level at which Kenya has, not everything is in your hands. If something happens globally, for instance, as happened during COVID, the COVID year, 2020, and happened towards the beginning of last year, it can actually upset your global conditions, which make it difficult for you to get other money, or if you have a shock in Kenya where growth reduces. So the good assumption is that if we're recovering and growth continues, that's it. So better than last year, but certainly for me, we are not out of the woods yet. Debt, public debt, is a sensible way of adding to the delivery of public goods for governments, but it has to be sensible. I say sensible. But the huge expansion that the government of Kenya started in 2013, where we were buying anything. We were buying trains, we were buying expressways, we were buying stadiums, just about everything. That is just I mean, developing a country is a difficult thing. So as I sit here, I'm not saying that it's easy, but it requires people who are sane, who look like adults and not children with a credit card going into a candy store. Thank you.
Thank you. I will keep that last statement. I'll use it somewhere. Cuba, Kerubo asked an interesting question. There are these people we've borrowed money from, and we've been with their money for a very long time. Is there something that we are not being told about this debt that seems to just be around? And now all of us have been saying how we are going to be in this mess for very many years. What is it about this debt?
Thanks. Thanks, Unique. So two important things to remember. One is that debt contracts can be often over a long period, right? So you go from something short to something like treasury bills, which can be even 1 year, that you have to pay back, the repayment period. Or you could go into something like maybe the SGR, which may be 20, 30-year contract. So the payment of that debt happens gradually over time, which is the second point, which is that if you look at the number, the actual number, 10 trillion, 11 trillion, it may not change much over time, especially in a short period of time. But in reality, what happens is there's a lot of movement. So each year, the government actually pays debt actively, right? At least we'd like to think so. So for example, in the coming financial year, we're supposed to spend about 1.6 trillion on debt payments, which is about 4.4 billion a day, something like that. But at the same time, we are going to be borrowing 800 billion. So you can see that we've brought it down by 1.6, but then, increasing it by 8 again. So generally, you'd expect that over time, public debt decreases. And I think we saw a dip even last year once we paid our Eurobond, which was $2 billion, right? Over 300 billion shillings. And you'd find that when we paid that debt, our debt went down by a certain amount. But over time, as we continued to borrow, it went up again. And a very recent example is like last year, we paid that Eurobond for 2 billion. And we immediately took out a Eurobond and then paid back the old one. Right? We paid back one of about 2 billion and we took another one of 1.5. Right? So the debt has actually only gone down by 0.5. So it's important to realize that these are things are paid actively, but we're also borrowing actively. So over time, the number might not change much. But it's a great question.
Okay. Then the very last one, I think, Onami, since spending bills. So there's a question about, what the Senate said in terms of requiring that counties settle pending bills. It seems not to be happening. And so I think the back end of that question is, what exactly needs to play out for those pending bills to be settled? I see a friend of mine here who is a director of budget from one of the counties. I will not put him on the spot to answer that question. So Navi today will answer that question.
Thank you so much, Violet, for that question. I think there was established a pending bills verification committee that are since led by the former Auditor General Edward Ouko, and counties were owing about 168, but generally they are about 665 billion worth of pending bills. So what needs to happen, I think, because they were not factored in the current budget year, the National Treasury committed to do a supplementary budget to clear those verified pending bills and allocate and apportion accordingly, some to the county government and other to national government agencies, which we hope that now that they have been verified and the budget provision is made through the supplementary budget, those will be a thing of the past. And again, we hope, and like any other exchequer release, it's been faced by a challenge in collection. So as long as our cash flow continue to carry not meeting the targets, then I think we continue to face the same physician circle, meeting the current need versus paying, what the outstanding bills as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So we'll end our session there. So thank you very much again to the team that put this session together, and to Budget Global. Thank you very much. And for my panelists, asanteni sana.
We'll have a group photo for the panel. Let's appreciate the panelists. Wapigeni makofi bwana. Hapa juu. Photographers? Is that okay? Aha. Finya. Cuba finya kidogo. Aha. Hapo iko sawa? Okay. Ya mwisho na MC. Munipigie makofi. Thank you. The advantage of being an MC is you will appear in all photos. Lazima tuonwe. Ama namna gani? We must be seen, huh? Thank you. Thank you so much. I believe that was a good session, and we've interacted, we've picked lessons. But like I said, we have sticky notes, and if you have questions that are burning that you need response to, tafadhali andika, and then we'll stick them here. Iko sawa? Just andika the questions on the sticky notes, we'll stick them here. And then we'll proceed. In the meantime, let's be on our feet. DJ, let's be on our feet. Tusimame kidogo to stretch. Ndugu yangu, wacha kusimama na kitabu. Simama kitabu ikiwa kwenye kiti. Uwezi simama na kitabu pia simame. Mmoja wenu lazima akae kwenye kiti. DJ, niweke kitu kidogo hapo. Hawa jamaa wachangamke. Watu ya Senate. Hii ndio Senate, eh? Alafu in National Assembly. What majority hapa? Majority? Nani majority leader hapa? Mnasema hii 2/3, eh? Sasa huyu ni majority. And because of the interest of the youth, tunakutoa hiyo kiti. Ni huyu majority. Haya. move za daktari ile move ya daktari tunakumbuka. Haya, hapo. Hapo. Twende. Hapo.
Hey Baba, Olodumare ma one and only, the giver of life, iko tunanapa.
Kama kidogo tafuta. Haya, weka juu. Tafuta.
Just wanna shangilia kwa ndani. Umewa winao. Sina kingine mimi najivunia.
Piga.
Zaidi yako Baba.
Piga.
Maana niko tuli nimetulia. Wewe unakabaya.
Naona ndugu yangu na ndugu kuja.
Utapataje mwamba umenifunika ure watataya.
Twende.
You got me where you got me. You got me where you got me, Papa. You got me where you got me. That's why I never fall. You got me where you got me. You got me where you got me, Papa. You got me where you got me. That's why I never fall down.
Thank you DJ. DJ ni sawa. Nimeona hapa kumbe sio mambo ya pesa tu. Kuna watu hapa wako na talanta. Tutaona hiyo maneno. Let's take our seats. So ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on well. We are going into our next segment. Hii sasa itakuwa moto. I wouldn't mind kuwaita mkuje kwenye hii tent. If you don't mind, let's join this the other tent. Tuingie kwenye hii tent ingine. Jamani. Tuingie kwenye hii tent ingine. Everybody on this side. We are merging the Senate and the National Assembly. And because the Senate is the upper house, hao ndio wanapata wengi. By camera. Tuingie ipande ingine. Thank you for coming. Pale nyuma. Naomba tukuje ipande ingine. Thank you. Tukuje tu, tuendelee kukuja. Tuwapigeni makofi wenye wanakuja. Let's appreciate them. Aya, let's join. My brother, Desmond, kuja tupe kitu kidogo. Dakika 1-2, alafu tuendelee. In the meantime, wapi Esther Nyonje? Kuna msichana mrembo hapa ndani anaitwa Esther Akengo Nyonje. Watu wa Vihiga mko wapi? Ai, kumbe unatembea peke yako bwana. Haukumwaga pesa kwa ground. Unatembea peke yako. Ati DJ, huyu anasema umwekee Musangarire. Aya, DJ weka kitu Esther Nyonje atuoneshe kule Vihiga kuna nini. Sisi tunajua tu kuna ile bang, lakini maybe kuna kitu kingine. DJ hauna kitu ni sawa. Ama tumwekee. Mnasema tumpe time. Aya. Tuoneshe. Ati musimame. Ao. Tosha. DJ tosha. Imetosha jatosha. Vijana wewe. Okay, so we have this scanning code. I think I'll give it to my brother hapa. And then nipeane hapa huyu msichana mrembo. Mepiga wig moja safi. Scan and pass to the next person. Hiyo iko sawa, si ndio? Once again, my name is Ken Babu. I'm the MC of this event. From today up to the day mtaamua ni siku ya mwisho. Nyinyi mtaniambia. Mtaniambia brother yangu tosha. Now, we are going to the next segment, which will be moderated by Esther Akengo Nyonje. And let me just see. Aha, polite. We are talking about the theme is from public budgets to public benefits. Public budgets to public benefits. This is the public finance management village, and we are discussing issues finance. And on this session, this village theme is from public budgets to public benefits. And the session theme is take for budgets. Sema take for budgets. Take for budget. Take for budget. Thank you. This session will be moderated by Miss Esther Nyonje, and we'll have different panelists which will be joined up to ski to party. But like I said, as we proceed to converse, write your questions on that sticky note. Umepata? Umepata sticky notes? Please, my sister over there will share the sticky notes. Drop that question, then it will be posted pale kwa PFM tree so that we can engage. Tomorrow, bado tuko na we'll go to those questions and come back with the responses that could not be given today. Hiyo iko sawa? And then on that panel we'll have, of course, I know Fidel Mwema hapa ndani. Tuko na Emilio Muchunu. That is, tuko na Tabitha Muthiru. Then we have Samuel Komu. These are the panelists that are going to dissect and help us understand what do we need to do on matters tech and budgets. So iko sawa? Iko sawa? If you agree with me, clap once. Kama uko na mimi, clap once. Ama nipitishe, nitebo swali. And as many of that opinion say hi. Naona amukubaliani bwana. Esther Nyonje, take it over. Mpigeni makofi bwana. Yaani msichana mrembo hivi ndugu yangu. Umeoa? Umesoma toka university juzi. Msichana mrembo hivi upigi makofi. Utakuja kwa matanga yako na utashindwa utafanya nini? Tupigeni mesa makofi. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I was told when you make it, you don't need to introduce yourself. You introduced yourself before. So nikama nime make it leo. I'm Esther Nyonje. Let me just introduce myself again. I'm Esther Nyonje. I'll be your moderator for this session, which is themed Take for Budget. And our topic today is harnessing digital public infrastructure for budget transparency and efficiency in delivery of public services. And because we are standing on business today, I would like to ask anyone to give me the understanding of digital public infrastructure. When they hear of the word digital public infrastructure, what comes to your mind? Anyone? Anyone? Digital public infrastructure. This is a new term. Have you heard of this term today? Yes? All right. I will take it in. So as I said, our topic is harnessing digital public infrastructure for budget transparency and efficiency in delivering public services. So we have to start by understanding what is digital public infrastructure. It is a set of digital systems that enable the delivery of essential goods, essential services, promote digital inclusion, and support economic and social development. That means it includes key components as digital identities, payment systems, and data exchange platforms, which work together to provide secure, scalable, interoperable public digital services. So in a nutshell, it's a system that connects people, data, and money, the same way roads and trains connect goods and people. Do you have a little understanding of that? Yes? Hey, class to la la la. Are we hungry? Are we hungry?
They are angry.
Should we take a break and go for some food, get some snacks? Okay. So in this session, we will discuss the role of technology in improving budget transparency and accountability. We will explore strategies of effectively utilizing digital systems to enhance public service delivery. And we will also examine real-life cases, real-life case studies in budgeting. So at this point, I've given you understanding and small understanding of digital public infrastructure. And now I would like to take you through a quiz because nione kama tumeelewa ama tujaelewa. So you just say if this is true or false with the understanding you've got of digital public infrastructure. Number one, digital public infrastructure is more than technology. True or false? True or false? It's true. Digital public infrastructure is more than technology. It's a society approach. It involves policies, regulations, and stakeholder engagement. Hiyo mmepata. Number two, digital public infrastructure is only for developed countries. True or false? False. Mmekuwa sharp sasa. It's a game changer for all countries. Number three, digital public infrastructure doesn't automatically lead to digital literacy. Digital public infrastructure doesn't automatically lead to digital literacy. True or false? True or false? Listen, digital infrastructure doesn't automatically lead to digital literacy. It's true. It's true or false? It's true. Or another way to put it is digital public infrastructure. It's a processing tool. It's like a toolbox. So you have to get the trainings and you have to get the skills to use the tools in the toolbox. Tuko pamoja? And then number four, digital public infrastructure is a one-size-fits-all system. True or false? Yeah? False. You're right. Because it is a model. You cannot apply the same model everywhere. A model of DPI in Estonia is different from the model in New York, is different from the model in Murang'a, is different from the model in Machakos. We are together? And then lastly, digital public infrastructure is a critical accelerator of the SDGs. True or false? Yes? True. Index 1, do we? True, because it facilitates delivery of services, essential services as education, health, and financial inclusion, contributing to the advancement of the Sustainable Development Goals. So at least we have an understanding of the digital public infrastructure. Therefore, I'd like to introduce and ask our panelists, our experts, to come to join us today to delve more into this. Fidel Muema, if he's around us. Fidel Muema is the e-procurement officer for Makueni County Government. Fidel Muema. Okay. Emilio Mushunu is the director of budgets, County Government of Murang'a. Is even among us? You can step up. Thank you. Samuel Komu is from Transparency International Kenya. Join us. Thank you, Samuel. And Tabitha Mutiru from Prescott Data. Nozapigia makofi.
In the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, tuandike maswali tuweke kwenye sticker hapa. Naona ndugu yangu ashaandika swali moja. Ndugu, usiogope kuweka. Utakuja utaweka tu hivi. Unaona hivyo? Uliza hata jina ya MC ni nani. Weka kitu hapo. Take it up, Esther Nyonje.
Thank you so much. So we started from the top, and I will start with Emilio. How has Murang'a County integrated digital tools into the budget formulation and execution processes? And what impact have these tools had on transparency and citizen participation in the budget cycle to add that Murang'a County is on the top of the list of the best performing counties in Kenya. So you can take us through that.
Okay, thank you, Madam. Okay, my name is Emilio Mushono. I'm the Director Budget, Murang'a County. So how Murang'a County has integrated digital tools in budget formulation, implementation, and also the impact. I can say one is through a digital platform, we've been able to create a process whereby stakeholders are able to make their budgetary proposals online. We do parallel, we do like this kind of a meeting, and we still make it convenient for those who are not able or those who don't have enough time to attend the meetings. So we are able to get proposals and ideas as we formulate our budget. Also, through digital tools, we've developed some softwares, some systems that are able to capture data from the users of the services. Like for Murang'a, we have a program like called Subsidy, that whereby we give subsidy to farmers for magos and milk. Through a system, we are able to have farmers doing registration, so that they become beneficiaries of that subsidy program, and you're able to get accurate data and do verification, and even where necessary, house to house. Like if you claim to be a milk farmer and you register, we're able to use our extension officers to go and verify that you're actually a farmer and you have animals and you produce the quantities that you project in the system. So that helps us capture accurate data, so that by the time you are putting figures in the budget, you're almost 95% accurate. Also, through a revenue system, we are able to accurately project our revenue through the database of the taxpayers. Like for last year, we were able to collect revenue to 100% on our own source revenue. And that is basically through automation, because when you automate, you can tell from your register how many traders in whichever category, and you have the charges. So you're able to very accurately project your resources, and you're also very accurately able to project where to channel the resources. I give also an example of like the hospital system, which you're also running. That system is able to tell you which locality require which kind of drugs. You know, Murang'a has lower zone, has an upper zone, whereby the lower zone, there are diseases that are common. When you go to upper zone, mostly they are respiratory. You're able to project even your drug needs based on a system that has a history of maybe a year, 1 year, 2 years. So when you have a database, your projection for expenditures, your projection for revenues, they become very accurate. Also, you are able to cut costs. We introduced a system that is managing the motor vehicles. You are able to tell at each minute where a vehicle is and how much fuel the vehicle consumed in a day, whether it's an ambulance, whether it's a firefighter, whether it's... So that in a way help you remove wastages, because if a driver is aware that you can track the whole route, if like I had a vehicle coming to Nairobi, if I divert to Machakos, it's apparent in the system. So that in a way make it like create a kind of a discipline for our drivers, because if you authorize on a work ticket and then somebody cannot divert, and the fuel consumed per vehicle and also the consumption rate, you're able to do that and generate reports. In a way, that saves a lot of cost. Then, as also, when we now I can take you to execution. On execution, I said we are able to reduce costs. We are also able to avail services to our constituent in a better way, because like we have a new system that is doing online consultation for patients, whereby if you go to a dispensary and the doctor in charge is not able to handle your case, he or she is able to refer you to a consultant who is online. Okay, we have like a booth setup whereby we have experts from, maybe you'll have a cardiologist, you have a lino expert, you'll have a physician seated on a booth, so that you don't have to travel from your hospital locality to access like a service in a referral hospital. There's that system of online whereby you go, you sit with a medic at a dispensary or at a lower level hospital. They're able to get in touch with a consultant who is able to diagnose online and issue a prescription. So that in a way is cutting a lot of costs and making services very closer to the people. Still on budget execution, we are able to get through our website updates on how people or how taxpayers perceive our services. Like if you go to our website and you have an issue with a certain program that you are learning, there's a mechanism whereby you'll put your comment, and at our end, we are able to respond and take up the complaint. Maybe not to take you so much into the technicalities of the programs you are learning. We have so many automated systems that you are learning, but I can take you to what has been the impact. We have realized through that automation process, we have been able to create a lot of confidence with our taxpayers, confidence and trust. And one of the major impact has been, if you have trust with your government, you're able to pay taxes very willingly. So we have seen a shift from whereby we used to do to push people to pay taxes to a new way of doing things whereby people are doing online registration when they're starting businesses and making payments without a lot of persuasion or pressurizing from the county officials. We have also seen, through having those systems, an improvement in how we generate our reports. The reports are now very accurate because a report generated by a system, you don't have errors in that report. And that has also made it easy to get those reports very timely. And because of the public participation that I said that is online and very convenient at your locality, people are having very strong ownership to the project and the programs that we're implementing, because they feel like they are part and parcel. And where they feel like we are not moving at the right pace, or where there are issues that need correction, we are able to timely respond to that. I think that's the broader outlook of my presentation. Yeah.
So before we give it to Samuel, so you say this is one digital platform offering all those services?
We have several, going by specialization. Like for motor vehicle, it's a system that is focused on tracking the vehicles, tracking consumption.
It's like e-citizen for Murang'a County.
Yeah, but we are here to do integration for all the systems. We have systems that are standalone because there are issues we are still handling of how to have all of them communicating, and also for security reasons, we've not really found it comfortable to join all of them, like the revenue system you connect with. Yeah. The issues that are making us go a bit slowly on integration, but that's where we are headed, finally.
Okay. You can speak to us about the challenges later, because Fidel was supposed to give us the experience from Makueni County, but unfortunately he did not make it today. So to you, Samuel, you have advanced experience in monitoring of public finance processes. What gaps do you see in the current use of digital public infrastructure to drive accountability And what policy reforms would you recommend to close these gaps?
Thank you, and good afternoon to the participants and my fellow panelists. My name is Samuel Como. I work with Transparency International. And just maybe to put it into context, ours as an institution, we focus on governance issues and also the fight against corruption. So in one way or the other, together with a number of partners I can see here and others who are not here, probably we might be playing an oversight role on some of these issues around governance. And so you find us adopting some platforms just to enhance what is being done or what is supposed to be done by different entities, and maybe to make our participants also understand there are a number of platforms that have been alluded to by my colleague from Muranga, the platforms, and maybe just an example of what the conversation we are having. We are talking about platforms such as IFMIS. We have e-commerce that have been adopted by different county government. So those are the kind of platforms we are talking about when we are having this conversation, and all are geared towards maybe on one side they should be two-way because they are supposed to help the county government, the national government, but they should also provide platforms for checks and balances to the citizens to also ensure that we are able to have transparent and accountable processes. That said, I think for us, we have, you've spoken about maybe some of the gaps that we have seen over time, and I think these cuts across. We are talking about a digital era, so it's not everyone who is well versed with what is happening in the digital space. Some of these platforms are supposed to be used by everyone. They should be open. When you talk about them being accessible to maybe the people living with disabilities or even anyone from the country, from the village, it's not easier for everyone to adopt or use this technology. So there is the issue of what we call digital divide in terms of the illiteracy levels. I think that has been one of the biggest challenges in accessing and use of these platforms. And what this leads to is probably in terms of the people who are using the platforms. If we have different understanding on the way you're supposed to use platforms, whether you are keying data or you're supposed to use and provide any kind of information, if it's not the same across the board, then that means the kind of data that is on the system then would probably be having some discrepancies, and that would eventually mean even the processes that are supposed to, or the results that are supposed to be achieved using the same data brings about a lot of challenges, ending up maybe bringing accountability issues and such kind of conversation. So there's that conversation around illiteracy levels. Then there's inaccessibility by most of the people, and I think that is obvious from, we might have the luxury as people living within Nairobi to maybe access some of these or be in a position to, but there are those places that we have challenges around infrastructure, as much as we have made a lot of strides on that, but we have places that we have challenges of infrastructure that then brings about inequalities when it comes to accessing some of these platforms and using them. Whether we are talking about maybe the counties using some of the platforms such as e-commerce, whether we are talking about IFMIS, we have seen all these challenges. Maybe another good example would be the Adisasa platform, which was being piloted here in Nairobi. Another challenge would be, I think we have seen sometimes, quite a good number of times, we talk about goodwill from the government, whether county or national. And I like saying that our government has a way of making things work when they want them to, because we have seen things work when they want them to work, and we have seen things not work based on their lack of interest or all those issues. So I think that is a big challenge we have seen with the systems across. They work when it favors them most, and they do not work. And the biggest challenge with that again is we are seeing them working very well to collect revenue. Are we seeing the same on the other side when it comes to accounting for the same revenue? That becomes a big challenge. And I think the last one would be sustainability in terms of use of the platforms. We have so many of them being in use, but again, in terms of putting mechanism to ensure we have sustainability and feasibility for these platforms, then it becomes a big challenge, because maybe for a county, it would, this government would decide to invest in this platform. Another one lacks interest on the same. And a good example is the conversation that is has been happening throughout this week, I think, when the Auditor General highlighted a number of issues with our SHA. We are coming from another system. So basically, and across different areas, I think feasibility of the platforms. And the bad thing is that maybe the idea we have behind all these platforms is the same, or whatever we want them to do. So the fact that we are not willing to make them better and probably would prefer adopting different ones becomes a challenge. So that takes me to maybe the policy conversation around the implementation and ensuring there is feasibility, or there is sustainability mechanism being put in place. We do not need to, we might not necessarily want to have new systems now and then. We can always improve on the new ones. And I think the other thing that I would speak about around policy recommendation would be data protection issues. We have had some challenges with that across. So we need to see very strict adherence to the provisions around data protection to ensure that as much as we are trying to promote use of this platform, ensuring there is transparency, we also ensure there is data privacy. Then I think it would be important to also have serious conversation around capacity building for the different stakeholders. Anytime we have system in place, I think I've mentioned, we always have that challenge of the people who are put in place to just make sure the system works. And there is, of course, the gaps in terms of capacity. So I think it would be important to have that put in place. Yeah.
Okay. I will throw a question to the whole panel after the first round in accordance to what you've said. So to Tabitha, you come from the Prescott data background. And when we're talking about digital public infrastructure, we're also talking about data. And it is data, a lot of data that that requires to be secured, not to be mishandled. So how can counties strengthen their data ecosystems to ensure real-time, reliable, and actionable insights are feeding into budget planning and execution?
Thank you for that question. My name is Tabitha. I'm from Prescott Data, very passionate about data issues. And to start with that, I would love to say that I'm very happy with what Murang'a County is doing. I was not expecting to hear, the technological developments that are happening in the county. We can also see in Nairobi, we're also trying to replicate such developments. To start with that, I would say even the best systems fail without skilled people. For example, if the government implements a very good system to track budgets and finances, yet the public officials are not well trained to operate those systems or to even go beyond what they've been taught to actually apply, for example, things like artificial intelligence in trying to analyze it and monitor real-time data as it's coming in. We are going to waste a lot of funds with that. And I've seen Murang'a counties having a challenge with coordinating or integrating these different agencies within the county. I can say that Estonia has successfully done that. They have an X-road system which is a decentralized data platform that allows government agencies to communicate, interact, and exchange data. For example, in Estonia, a police officer can be able to access health data across the sector. And vice versa, across different government sectors, they're able to collaborate and exchange data in real time, which allows them to coordinate their efforts and effectively deliver to the public. The other thing I would like to talk about is improvement of technology, for example, hardware technology. I have worked in 2 different government departments when I was starting out my career, and I realized there's a challenge with, number 1, internet connectivity is an issue. Number 2, outdated hardware. They are using very, let me call them way back machines, yeah? Where I'm working currently, I was given a new MacBook, a very fast, efficient device that allows me to effectively do my job. But if you go to our county governments, you'll even find computers that are not working. Someone is sitting in front of a computer that is not working. Am I lying? Yeah, so we cannot develop technologically if we're using old machines. We're not investing in the hardware. And also, number 2, investing in software. We collect a lot of data, especially the government, and that's why back then in 2022, we had an incident with eCitizen. There was an incident of hacking because why? We are not investing in cloud storage platforms that can easily, securely store our data. You can imagine dealing with over 50 million people, yet there's no proper infrastructure, especially software and cloud infrastructure, to ensure that this data is stored in a way that it cannot be tampered or even hacked. The other thing I would like to talk about is bottom-up approach. I know we've had that term being thrown around carelessly, especially in political campaigns. But in this instance, what I mean is, do we go to the citizen and ask them for their, feedback? We've done a lot of public participation, but there was a politician who came out and said, yes, we do public participation. Yes, we collect your insights, but we do not implement them. Am I lying? Audience,
You can
am
tell
I
us who the
lying?
politician is?
Yes. I will not mention names, maybe they are here. Anyway, what I was trying to say is we need to embrace the bottom-up approach instead of the top-down approach when we are trying to collect data, analyze it, and feed it into public budgets. For example, Moranga County, I'm very happy that they have that platform and they have a place where you can, send your feedback, comment on anything that you've observed or anything that you like to be put in place. And in this particular instance, it's not happening everywhere. One day we wake up and we hear in the news that a certain amount of money has been allocated to, for example, 20 million went to a church. We don't know where that money came from, right? So collecting insights and feedback from citizens allows us to actually ensure that we don't design systems or allocate money where we want it to go, but where the citizens have needs, where they've expressed interest, and where they're being frustrated, so that this tax they're paying can work for them. I think I'll stop at that, but I'll add more in my next contribution. Thank you.
Thank you, Tabitha. You have talked about the bottom-up, the better transformation agenda. And what comes to mind at this time is the SHA, because it is affecting us as at now. Yeah. So this is a question I'm throwing to all of you, whoever can pick it first. You have had, there's some areas, we can't even determine if it's working or not, because a percentage of people says it is working, some say it's not working, some say they have a challenge with one-time password, they can't access the system. So as we are moving into integrating digital, the digital systems into delivery of services, what are the key lessons we should pick as stakeholders, as citizens? What are the key lessons we can pick from just this system that is bothering us right now, if I can say that? start with you, Emilio.
Okay, like on SHA, maybe the key lesson we should pick is they need to do piloting so that you don't you start large scale, then you get embarrassed on the way. Because like for the experience we have from Moranga perspective, you go to a hospital and when you want to register, you find that the system has downtime. Or you come, you register, you pay, then like the system requires that once you pay for 1 month, you can access a service. There have been instances whereby you pay for that 1 month, then the approval is declined, either for the reason that by the time our claim get to SHA, you have not renewed membership. So if you are not like update on your payment, the system will cause a rejection. Then on other issues is there's the expectation that you start from a lower level facility, then you get referred to a higher level, like you start at level 1 and level 2. So there's lack of awareness for the public that you don't just get to a level 5 hospital and access service without a referral mechanism and expect SHA to honor that claim. So there are challenges that if we could have done a piloting, we could have had a proper case study so that by the time you go full throttle, all the challenges are well thought through.
You want to take it up, Tabitha?
And also just to add on that, it's very interesting that most of the systems we use and the technologies that we use are imported. We do not produce local technology, yet we have talented young people. We have amazing developers, we have amazing builders, we have amazing data scientists that have been trained here in Kenya. There's a young man who was saying he graduated with economics and statistics from University of Nairobi. Imagine what that young man can do if the government just gives him an opportunity to actually be part of developing, analyzing the systems that we are building in Kenya. So what I would say is we need to embrace local talent. We need to embrace local opinion and contribution when we are building these platforms. And also lastly, we need to learn how to prototype. What I mean by that is don't just build this giant sophisticated system and present it to people and say, now this is what we'll be using from today. How about building a prototype? Let people test it out, get feedback, and now build the final product that can be used and is ready for the market. I think that's what I would say.
Samuel, your input?
I think for me, I will shift a little bit because they have mentioned the main one from the other side. Allow me to speak to us as citizens, and I think what we need to learn from SHA and any other platforms and systems that are put in place, I think we need to re-evaluate and learn our role as citizens. And one of our role as citizens, which we need to undertake diligently, is paying our taxes. I think it comes with a burden, but we also need to undertake that because that is what is required of us. Equally, we need to play our oversight role because now we are having a system, and I think I've mentioned this, we are having a system. We are not sure. We would want not to assume that the system is put there, SHA is put there to work for the government only. It should be working for us. But we are not sure whether, as it is now, it's working to the benefit of the government. It could be. The inconveniences are working for the government or are benefit to the government. But from our side, the inconveniences are against us. So we need to be playing our role as citizen, our oversight role as provided for under Constitution. We should be able to ask questions. Why are we paying taxes? Why are we paying for this insurance? Why are we paying for SHA, yet we are not getting the services? Because maybe the system was initially set up to work that way, create delays for different purposes. So for us, we need to pay our taxes, and when we pay, let us ask questions why we are paying for that and we are not getting the services. The other one, I think, for the government, I think is return on investment. We have invested so much on SHA. I think we also need to be very deliberate on some of the things that we put our investment on. If things are not working and we have put so much, then even in terms of the contracts that we have built in place, I think by now, as things are, as much as there are challenges, there are systems, there are technology, it comes with challenges, but it feels like even the president, the president has not acknowledged, but some of the people within the government they have acknowledged that the problems are too many. We should be seeing someone being held into account, but instead we are seeing just cover up and justification. So we need to see return on investment. The contracts that are put in place, they should have that caveat, or they should be having provisions to protect the country and citizen from such kind of mess, because the truth of the matter is that return on interest is so big, yet we are having people lose their lives. We saw people, young and the old, crying on the TV because they are losing their lives. So there is a bigger mess than us having or seeing someone being held into account, because it's a system. Yes, he was paid. We can have a different conversation around the payment, but you are paid to deliver, at least deliver, and the rest can follow.
Just holding on to there, you have said that the citizens should be able to hold the government accountable. I enlightened to us on the how. And to add on that, how can civil society organization collaborate with counties to ensure that digital budgeting tools are not only available but also accessible and usable by the public to hold governments accountable? So we want to hear on the how. How will civil societies collaborate with county governments? How will the citizens themselves, where do they get the platform? How do they do it?
Okay, maybe just to start with the how on the citizens. I think this is something, and especially within this public finance management conversation, we always keep repeating, but I want to make it easy and maybe brief. The truth of the matter is that you cannot be in a position to ask questions or push for that accountability if you do not have information, or you don't know. If you do not have an idea how much of the resources have gone into something, then it becomes so hard for you to ask questions or even push for that accountability. So the first easier process is the one we keep talking about, getting involved in the affairs of the or the running of anything or any institutions. And it's almost all of us, including as civil societies. The resources we are using as civil society, and I think Trump has proved it belongs. It's not as much as we might be saying it's not Kenyan resources. It's other government resources, and they have shown concern probably on the how, or rather how it's being used, and that is why they would probably or are probably following up the same way with us. The resources, the taxes that we are being taxed, if we have an issue with that, then we should be able to follow up by being involved in the budget processes, in the processes that are supposed to be, or rather, simple conversation around the budget. And I think most of us are privy to that conversation. The other one would be maybe doing what you're supposed to be doing. I have spoken, I think I'm very deliberate when it comes to the payment of taxes. I think you are supposed to also play your part as much as you are also asking for that accountability. Maybe I wouldn't delve deeper into the budget processes and all that, because that is where the biggest chunk of what we are supposed to be doing is supposed to go. But also maybe asking questions, because that is the right place to start. For us as civil society, I think one of the things we are very critical with is supporting in capacity building across the different systems. I think most of the institutions here have been doing that and are always open to working with counties just to make sure that we are able to support the conversation around the budget, the systems, including setting up of some of these systems and also adopting, because the challenges and also speaks to sustainability revolves around the uptake and adapting of this system. Some could be, they could be having challenges with sustainability, and probably civil society could come in. The other one would be in legislations, supporting legislation at a different level within the county around technology and use of this platform, and also the linkage between maybe the county and citizens in terms of what my colleague has alluded to, reporting or the feedback loopholes, which are very critical when it comes to that engagement of ensuring that these systems work, because it creates a platform for citizens to give feedback, whether things are working, whether whatever information is being shared is important, and all that. Yeah.
All right. Emilio, you can give us the best practices other counties can adopt from Murang'a County. And in addition to that, how can counties better utilize data from platforms like KNBS and IFMIS to align budget allocations with actual community needs and development priorities, so that you don't see a disparity of allocation and citizens' needs?
Okay, thank you. On areas that other counties maybe can learn from what you are doing, I would say the first one is they need to create a system that interacts with the public, so that at your convenience you're able to, if you want to do an email, if you want to go on our Facebook and put a comment, we have even a very active Facebook, whereby if a governor is maybe to launch a project, you'll find it on the Facebook, and it's open for the members of the public to give their comment, whether negative or positive. We still have a hotline whereby you can just pick your phone, call, give out your issues, and they are recorded. So if counties can move to that level of interaction, it can be an improvement from how things used to happen in the past. Then on the issue of how we use data from IFMIS, Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, for Murang'a, we have found the need to, like currently there's an exercise we are doing with Kenya Bureau of Standard, whereby we are developing county data sheet, whereby data for, normally the way it's done is it takes a lot of time. Like for the current report is maybe it's 3, 4, 5 years old. So if counties can engage KNBS with a small budget, or maybe seek for partners, you're able to get your data very accurate and very recent, so that as you plan your budget, you have an accurate data on maybe the number of kids in your ECD school, the number of animals in your county, the number of kilometers of load at a maram, which maybe require every 2-3 years a budget to maintain. So data from Kenya Bureau of Standard is very critical as we do our planning, and also as we do the monitoring bit. The monitoring bit is, if you have put a budget on, say, healthcare, and the indicators was at a certain percentage, after your engagement and after your implementation of a program, they will come and do a survey and tell you that this is now the current status. So you're able to know whether your resources went into good use, or whether you need to up your game. Then also for IFMIS and also for IFMIS, you're able to get historical data on expenditures that have been happening. So like, this ward has been receiving this amount of money. So as you plan for the future, you're able to know which areas may require more budget depending on the previous allocation. You're also able to tell your projections for the resources, how they are likely to come in compared now with the demand for the costs. So that's, in a way, makes your plans and your budget very credible, because they are based on real data on the ground.
Thank you. Tabitha, you can take us through emerging technologies that could further enhance budget transparency, inclusivity, and service delivery as we finish up.
Yeah, thank you for that question. I think the most obvious one is artificial intelligence. There's also machine learning and blockchain. So starting with artificial intelligence, I'm just thinking of a scenario whereby we're not just creating these platforms and dumping data there. We're also introducing, for example, AI chatbots that citizens can interact with real time. When they're reading this data, accessing their budgets, they can be able to question these chatbots. They can be able to access further information or ask the chatbot to simplify. There's also ChatGPT that works very well like an AI chatbot but has advanced features. So with ChatGPT, citizens can be able to feed in the information, they can be able to question it, and they can be able to simplify it for their own consumption and for their own knowledge. And we've seen that trend coming up during the protest, the March protest. Young people use artificial intelligence heavily to actually hold the government accountable by educating themselves on, the debt, the current debt status, what the treasury holds, what county governments are spending the money on. And we saw that trend made people very angry because the technology made everything simple and accessible to everyone. Every young person was now very interested in learning about budgets, finances, spending in their counties. And they went to the streets and they protested and they said, this is what we see and this is what we know. And they don't align and we are not happy. We demand accountability from the government. So technology played a very huge role in awakening young people, citizens of this country to demand for change because they had data to back it up and technology that can simplify these complex data and concepts. The other thing I would like to say is blockchain technology, which is decentralized and allows for, the government to actually run this data and information in a very secure manner. We've seen government building systems and technologies that have been corrupted, that have been hacked, and this is because we have not been able to integrate sophisticated technology that can be able to safeguard data and information in real time. Yeah, I would love to stop there.
Thank you for that. I know there are people who, when they hear the word digital, they do not want to get involved with you. They shun away from it. I hope we can get that percentage of our population on board as we incorporate the digital technology to our service delivery. And at this time, I'd like to open questions from the audience before we get back to our panelists to give us their key takeaways.
Aha. Let's start with Chepkemoi.
Good afternoon. My name is Nelly Chepkemoi. I have two questions, one to Samuel and one to Tabitha. Clearly, we are seeing that there is a trend, or rather a premeditated plan by the officials in leadership that we acknowledge here there is a lack, or rather we have a challenge of data access to in this country. And that also means that we are seeing a lack of goodwill from the leadership when it comes to data, because Samuel mentioned something about when they want something to work, it will work. But so what then do we need to do? Because looking at a perspective, or rather taking the angle of human rights, Article 37 constitutes us to that we require this information. So what then, or what innovative idea do you have, Tabitha, of how to access this data from the human rights perspective? And then to Samuel on the issue of accountability still and transparency with, giving oversight, playing our citizen role in oversight in the face of abductions, in the face of victimization. Then what needs to be done by stakeholders? Because as much as we would want to push for accountability, then you have these victimization and sort of abductions going on. What then needs to happen? Thank you.
So the panelists can take the questions down, then we pick the questions and then they can answer them.
Thank you. My name is Nelson Maina, a budget facilitator from Nyeri County and the coordinator of the NEC Region Hub, and a member of Nyeri CBEF. So my question is, so there are two questions and I'll be very brief. To Moranga directly, I love what you are doing with data, but then as CSOs, how can we access that data? And at times we struggle to get disability data. We want to do something like disability mainstreaming, gender, education, or health. So you have the data. Can we access it? And how is that safe? Even from what Tabitha was saying in terms of the safety of that data. Number two, these are thrown to all of you. Currently, we are developing, the Senate is developing the 4th generation CRA formula that determines how much each county gets. For CRA to do this, they rely on data. Now, CRA themselves, we invited them to our space where we wanted to understand this 4th generation formula. And one of the things they said is that they can no longer rely on data from government. They are very specific in terms of NHIF scandals. So if NHIF is relying on data from health facilities, the same data that CRA is using in their formula, then Kenya Roads Board, in terms of developing, so Moranga is investing a lot in maybe maraming of roads. But when they look at the data from Kenya Roads Board, they realize that it's like you are going backwards rather than solving this. So CRA said they can only rely on KNBS data. They can't rely on ministries or agencies. Now here is even the worst thing. Juzi tuliona the court saying that the data on census from certain counties, they have nullified that, irudiwe tena. So even KNBS has issues. So my question to you is, to all of you, is how reliable or is our data, even what is generated by the government? Thanks.
Thank you. I'll ask my questions well seated. The first one is, there are three, very brief. Digital public infrastructure is expensive and it is time consuming. How does Murang'a County afford and manage to do it, and how can other counties do the same? That is replicating the success of Murang'a County to other counties. The second one is, I don't know whether it has been repeated, who owns the data and how can we make use of that data to make the involvement of citizens. Okay, let me repeat it. Who owns the data and how can we make use of it as the public to make our involvement more meaningful? I hope the question is understandable. Then the third one is, how does county governments make money through this digital public infrastructure? Do they make money in any way? Because citizens, to access it, they have to use internet, I believe. So is it an income for a county in any way? Thank you.
Back to you. Oh, is one. Make it brief.
Okay, thank you. I'll make it brief. My question is, how does the collection of data through this software, implemented software tools, reduce the rate of corruption in Murang'a County? And lastly, as a young graduate, sometimes we found it hard to get some data for macroeconomics in Kenya. So maybe for those who are in data sectors, how can we help the government and the citizen to acquire some of the data? Like for instance, I'm from Turkana County. To get like the data from Turkana, it's a nightmare. So kindly, how can we get the data for all counties? Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we can start with you, Emilio. You can answer the questions that have been directed to you.
Okay, let me start with how to get that, how to get data from counties and how safe it is. I would say for Murang'a, we are still working because the system are fairly new. And then because now recently we are in collaboration with Kenya National Bureau of Standard, we are trying now to work on the existing data in the system to make it now public, because when we wanted to make it public, we were advised by National Bureau of Statistics that you cannot you cannot publicize your own data. They have to be involved because I think that is a mandated agency. So we're working on them. We hope within the year, and also we have a partner. We have Gurut Kenya who are supporting us in that undertaking. We hope within the year we shall have completed the process of developing that data sheet. But then again, there's now the in-house data that is available. The in-house data, that is data we are using and we are allowed to use on day-to-day basis as we make decisions. But publicizing is where we have challenges, because for us now to publicize and say, Moranga has this number of animals, Moranga has this number of school kids, it requires a process of the mandated agency. So it's something we are working on so that that data can become public and be acceptable. Then there's how we are managing to do all the infrastructures that we are developing. Currently, we have an in-house team for people, system developers, but we are also investing heavily on the physical infrastructure like internet, servers, and then also paying for cloud expensive like you mentioned. But compared to the services that we are able now to offer, when you do that, you realize it's a worthy investment. Then there's the question of how we make, how we can create revenue from that data. You know, now, I think 2 weeks ago, we had engagement with the data protection, and it's still very vague, how much or how you can use that data and not infringe on some personal issues. Like what we have on health, we are able to say, you visited this hospital, you have this ailment, a lot of personal information, but how you make that available to external persons has been now the challenge, because you also don't want to be on the wrong side of the road. So generally what the platform has assisted on is we are able to improve on our own, like the traditional sources of revenue. They have gone up, and now even without selling the data, we can see benefits. Because like now, like let me say about like I can take an example of Baunas. At a click of a button, you're able to tell how many bars are in Moranga and they're in what location and what category. So even before you move from the office, you can do your projection for the revenue, and you can issue reminders through SMS. You know, when you register for a business, we take all the data, including your phone number. So we are able to trigger in the system so that you get a reminder that your Moranga business permit, you have not paid, make arrangement to pay by this time. So somehow it has seen our revenues grow, even without directly utilizing the data like to make profit. And that connects with the question on corruption. If you're able to get very good databases on your sources of revenue, and also tracking on expenditure through automated system, and also when you're applying for a business, you don't have to have personal contact. You are seated in your house, provided you have internet. You apply for a business permit. You do your self-assessment. The system will trigger you to pay. You pay, then you're able to get a notification that will allow you to print that permit without personal contact. In a way that eliminates a lot of corruptions. What remains is now for our people to go and do verification. And verification is, you said your business is this size. Is it actually the permit that was system generated? So as a way forward, I think if all the counties, and also Moranga, if we were to get to where our vision is, maybe things would work better.
All right. On to you, Tabitha, to your questions.
Those are really good and tough questions. We may not have all the answers, but we'll try and answer accordingly. Starting from access to data from a human rights perspective, I think data is king. Data is the new oil. Data is so precious, and that's why there's a place called the dark web. How many people know the dark web? How many are hearing that for the first time? Or let me explain for those who are hearing for the first time. The dark web is, let me say, a black market for people's data and personal information. For example, I can steal health records, or if I have access to health records from the Ministry of Health, raw data that has people's names, their next of kin, their ID, blah, blah, blah. I can go and sell it there for a price, and health data is very expensive. Would you know how much it costs? For one person, go and do research and find out selling health data for one person, how much it will cost. It's a lot of money and it's good business. Anyway, I'm not teaching you how to do bad things. So that is what we call the dark web. It's a black market for selling people's data and personal information. With that said, what I would like to advocate for from a human rights perspective is strengthening our data governance frameworks, aligning with continental frameworks. For example, the African Union has a data governance framework. Different countries do not. So how do we align our own data governance framework to that to ensure that we safeguard our data, we protect it, we ensure that our data is clean and it is worthy of being used, for example, in making policy decisions or even making budgetary allocations and other decisions that policymakers need to make. The other thing I would say from a human rights perspective, we need to lobby and push government agencies, NGOs, and academia, especially academia, to make data that is not personal, open and accessible to everyone. I saw a bill the other day that, for you to access data, for example, if you are a student, if you are a professional, you need to pay certain amounts of money. I don't know if anyone came across that bill. And for me, from a human rights perspective, it was outrageous. I was like, why does the government need to sell this data to us? It is our data. What do you mean you're selling? You're taking my data and then you put it together, consolidate it, and then come and sell it back to me. I find it very outrageous, so I cannot pay. And we need to reject that bill. Reject, reject, reject. We are not buying our own data. The government should make it open and accessible for researchers to use it, for NGOs who want to support, for example, different areas that are deprived of, health solutions, to use it to benefit the people. The other thing I would love to say is, when it comes to data, most of us deal with it with lack of knowledge, with lack of informed, with an informed mind of what are the laws that exist. There's a Data Protection Act of 2019 in Kenya. How many people know about it? The Data Protection Act. Thank you. I see everyone knows. So the Data Protection Act, I actually love it because it protects us as citizens. When you go to, for example, an organization and they take your data, do you know they're supposed to use it, process it, and store it for a certain amount of time? And you can request for deletion of your data from their systems and they will. And if they don't, you can take up with the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner and actually sue them. So many people have sued different companies, organizations, entities, and individuals for mishandling their data, not according to the Data Protection Act, and they've been fined heavily. So that is one thing we need to also know from a human rights perspective. You need to know your rights for you to be able to actually defend and protect your data. The other thing I would like to say, we need to strengthen cybersecurity measures. Most people do not care about the safety of their data. I would say that. For example, on social media, I've seen this trend where female celebrities or influencers are being doxxed. Being doxxed is when someone publishes your personal information online on social media. that information can allow other people to trace you and find you where you are. So what does this mean? People have become so comfortable with showing strangers on the internet, this is where I live, this is where I go to eat, this is where I shop. You record every minute, every second of your life. And what does this do to you? So if someone is stalking you on social media, they can easily trace you and find you where you live. So celebrities and influencers in Kenya have been moving houses and, you know, crying out in public and saying, please leave us alone, we need some privacy. But they're the same people who snap their houses, snap where they're going to eat. I'm not saying they deserve it, but we need to be very careful with the kind of data or information that we share out to the public. You need to ensure that this information you're sharing in public cannot be traced back to you. So as much as we are demanding for policies and, you know, protection from the government, we also need to look into what am I doing as a citizen to ensure that my data and information is safe. To address the other question is, how reliable is our data? Honestly, it depends on where you get your data. There are so many sources of data. Number one, for example, academia is the most trusted, I assume, source of information because these people go deep into introspection. They do a lot of research. They do a lot of backing up of their data. So most people end up trusting data from academia. And what does this do to this data? It makes it hot cake. For example, when I'm doing research, I've done a lot of research before. When I'm trying to access information that I need, the right information that I have come across, I cannot be able to, because I'm required to pay like $200. Who would even pay $200 for a piece of information that is single-handedly not what I need? I need different sources of information to build up my argument. But now I'm getting an article sold to me for $200. That's an outrageous amount. Again, I have said I will not pay to access that data because you collected it somewhere where I can also access it, consolidated it, now you've packaged it, you're selling it back to me. So we are making data very expensive and inaccessible for no reason, and lack of hindering this access to information is a violation of human rights, as we all know. The other thing I would say, we need a lot of cooperation with governments because they keep a lot of data. I don't know if the data they produce is credible, but governments tend to keep data and information that can easily be made publicly available. I don't know if you can explain to us why most of the data that is not personal is withheld by the government and not made accessible to citizens. Access to data can really change lives, can improve people's lives, can trigger development projects by, for example, civil society. In academia, people need to do groundbreaking studies, and they cannot do that without accessing data, especially the one being held by the government, which we know the government holds a lot of data. I don't know if I have addressed all the questions, but I would love to stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Tabitha. And to you, Samuel, as we finish up.
I think most of the questions were answered. Probably after realizing that there's already something up and running that is showing people the kind of the amount of money that is coming in and how it's being spent. So there are questions. It might not totally be the accurate information. So they felt the need to provide the information where we were missing the gaps. So maybe I know sometimes dealing with data, dealing with platforms is hard, but we can do basic things that would help us provoke institutions into doing what is required of them. And it can be basic, from even basic documentation with the basic tools that are there, to investing in platforms such as the one we did, such as developing new ones for those who are in space and have the capacity and all that. And I think the last one is on victimization. I might not have a clear answer or the perfect answer for that, but I think Tabitha has mentioned we really need to be careful with our data, because even you being followed, you are not being tracked in the middle of, there's no one who will be coming here to abduct you and start looking for you from this place to the other end. They are using whatever is provided. So we need to be very careful with our data, how we store it, how we use all that. And it also boils down to simple things. We have seen people trying to hack even our phones using the data we leave maybe open even in the cybers or our laptops. So we need to be really careful with our data, and don't assume that you don't have issues with the government or you are not protesting or you are at your whatever level you are. Don't assume that it won't come, it might not come a time, or at this point you might not be even subject of abduction or even being followed or your data being used. I can see majority of the teams here or the people who are within the participants or our participants are young. You still have a number of years to go, and your data might be used somewhere, and you might be questioning where it was used. So you need to be careful. And then the last one is the call that has always been there. Joint actions within different groups, or even going to court. It helps a lot when it comes to the bigger issue or the aftermath of it all. I think that is all.
Thank you so much. This brings us to the end of this session. Now, the moderator will have to advise me. We can close it. Thank you so much. So much appreciation to our panelists. And if you have questions, you can direct them to them when you have your one-on-one sessions, because we cannot exhaust this in 1 hour, in even 2 hours, even in a whole day. It's a whole mountain, but a journey of 1,000 steps starts with 1. And the director said in the morning, you do your part wherever you have to do it. Play your part, and we will get to where we want to see ourselves with the small steps we are taking. So I'd like to thank our panelists and also appreciate you for making your time today. And I hope the insights and the strategies will be of much impact to you in your fields.
Thank you so much, Esther Nyonja and the panelists. Maybe we have a group photo. Let's appreciate them. Photographers, wakuja hapa mbele? Sawa. Tushuke hapa mbele. Tunyoroshwe picha. In the meantime, guys, we are going to break for lunch break and interactions hapa na pale. We'll come back at 2:15 for our final session. DJ angusha kidogo.
Okay, as we continue engaging on social media, please remember our hashtags of hashtag #FormNiDialogue. Let's continue engaging with that hashtag. And also let's also remember the other hashtag #ComeTubonge on social media so that we can trend. As we take the break, let's remember that we have the food court that is down here where you can get your refreshments and your food. We also have a culinary conversation tent where they have snacks that are free from the culinary tent. And also we have, for those who indulge in this kind of issues, we have the open bar behind there. The Political Parties Expo is ongoing. You can visit the Political Parties Expo. All the parties are there. And also remember to visit the Civil Society Expo, where we can get all the giveaways, the information on civil society. In the afternoon, we'll be back here to discuss about political parties and their role in public finance management. Don't miss the next session that is coming up. Let's take a short break, and also let's remember to continue the hashtag PDF #FormNiDialogue, PDF 2022, #ComeTubonge hashtag. Asanteni sana. Let's not miss the afternoon session. It's very, very engaging. Asante.
Thank you so much, my brother. In the afternoon, tutakuwa na waheshimiwa hapa, making us understand how political parties and politics influence the PFM. So guys, we can't miss this. Wacha tutembee hapa tuonje vitu, onja vitu. Pata nguvu kuje interact. Tukirudi, my senior, ma'am, hello, tukirudi naanza na wewe. Naona ule kasirika sana. Before unipige risasi. Tukirudi microphone kwako, alafu tunaendelea. Thank you.
Sana. I will begin with Honorable Brian Osodo. You will introduce yourself, and as you introduce yourself, okay, we can first of all do a quick round of introduction. I believe that is best. We can start with you, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Joseph Kagai, Jubilee Party Administrator. Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Tony Mweti. I represent the KANU Party as a member of its manifesto committee.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Honorable Brian Osodo, an MCA serving second term representing Kachieng Ward in Migori, and the National Organizing Secretary of the Kenya Young Members of County Assembly nationwide. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Honorable Rebecca Kiai. I'm from Kiambu County Assembly, an MC at Kiambu County Assembly, a proud member of UDA Party, and also a member of KYMCA. Happy to be here.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Afternoon.
My name is Marvin Wamukota. I'm a member of UDA, and I also serve at the Secretariat of UDA Party as their internal auditor. And I'm also a member of Institute of Certified Public Accountants, ISPAC. Thank you.
Thank you. So we will go straight. Honorable Sodo, we are 2 years since the last general election, and in another 2 years and a half, we will be going to another general election. So I will begin with you. Because you are a second term serving as a member of the County Assembly, my question to you is, to what extent do political party manifestos shape the budget making process? Kindly describe for us how manifestos translate to being medium-term development, from manifestos to MTPs, both at the national and the county level. You can give us how does manifestos translate to MTPs?
Thank you very much. That's an interesting question because one, a manifesto is a planned course of an activity or a planned course of action by a political party, what they intend to do when they get into power. Now, this planned course of action, some of them, probably almost 80% of it usually have financial implications. And as we know, the budget is a planned form of expenditure on how to spend the national revenue. And you can't, of course, implement a manifesto minus the budget, because it is the budget that will now break down the manifesto and say that if you want to do this and this, how much then will you need to incur in performing that particular function. So the budget is also an important tool when drafting up the manifesto. You need to consider the budget and the amount of resources that are available. Your second question on dividing the manifesto into medium term or long term, some of these manifestos, have huge budgetary implications, and our resources as a county are being competed for by various departments. The education department, the health department, the interior department, each and every department wants a piece of the national cake. So you find that you might be having an idea as a party, or you might be having a manifesto as a party, but you can't implement the whole of it, because if you do that, then probably other sectors of the economy will suffer the consequences. So some parties prefer that in the implementation of their manifesto, they break it down to this we'll do in the first year, this we'll do in the second year, or this we'll do after 5 years, so that the financial implications of these manifestos are able to be accumulated within the available small budget that we have as a country. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for breaking it down, and I'll a little bit break kidogo too from the questions I had prepared. We have manifestos, and then they translate to either long term and medium term. But our political parties, and here we have 3 representatives, and I'll be very specific to UDA and Jubilee because of the previous administration. We promise our citizens very big projects. We promise we will do this, we will do that, we will do that, but we do not tell them that this one is going to be in long term and this one is going to be short term, so that at least we can be able to contain their expectations. So we draft manifestos, we tell them we are going to do all the big projects, and then after some time, the budget process begins. So I'll go to, before I go to Rebecca, let me hear from Marvin what Mheshimiwa Osodo has mentioned, from manifestos to the budgets or to the medium-term plans. What makes political parties promise the citizens or their party members very big things, knowing very well that they are going to break them down into 10 years, 5 years, and even 1 year, and maybe that information they had given their party members? You'll mention something, and then also Mr. Kagai from Jubilee will also weigh in on that. Yep.
Thank you, Kinyua, for the question. And I look at it in this approach. Every time as political party before any election, we always have to, we do what we call a manifesto. And for this case, being specific to UDA party, we have what we call the plan. And I want to appreciate that over the years we've seen how manifestos are arrived at. And I want to appreciate what UDA did in the run-up to the election, because we had a number of economic forums. And the things that you say, clustering them into periods and clearly telling the people that these are short-term, there are specific aspects of the manifesto that are always proposed by, let's say for this case, our members. By nature, we are partisan, and luckily, And something that is very unique for UDA, it is we formed government. So it made it unique in a way that after the election, now it was the manifesto of UDA that is being implemented. And I want to make that to the reference of, in government, there are three other things that we call a financial year of a government. We also have a budget cycle of a government, and we also have an election year. You find that we always do an election in August. The financial year of a government starts in July. A budget cycle from the time that the cabinet approves a policy statement, it goes to parliament, roughly, let's say, give it on the minimum, and all the public participation, let's give it like another 6 months or 1 year. So you'll find from 2022, we came in, we implemented the budget proposal that had been proposed by the previous government for like 1 year. So you will find a manifesto of a party will start rolling, especially when there is a change of government, will start rolling in a second year or mid first year there about. Yeah. And when it comes to the term limits as to what are we supposed to implement, the manifesto in itself, it is never a proposal, a 1 year proposal. You'll find we break it down. As a country, we appreciate that we are still implementing the Vision 2030, and we'll find that most of the pillars drawn from the Vision 2030, it will be mirrored in our manifesto. So we are always aligned in terms of what vision do we have as a country, and what proposal are we putting forward as a party, and what we are going to implement onwards. As a party, it really, it is a cycle that one feeds into another, and I believe with that, in as much as we might be looking at how long a proposal should be implemented, I'm more keen on when it comes to public finance management, I'm more keen on the impact of the service delivery that any public resource is giving to the people.
Thank you. And Mr. Kagai, you can mention it to us briefly. How was it for Jubilee Party? The manifesto and breaking it down to 10 year, 5 years, and even 1 year implementation.
Yeah, thank you so much. In the beginning, I would like to, one of my personal worries when I look at how political parties craft their manifesto, how they engage the project they promise to do, and even through the transition to another government that comes in. A manifesto to a political party is both a planning document and also a marketing document. So we have been found in a trap as political parties to overemphasize on what we will do for the people as a marketing tool so to be elected. That one has created a crisis within the budgeting cycle. And you look at whatever we are promising, most of the time we don't give it timelines. And when we go into the office, the first and the second year, there is always a crisis towards the budgeting aspect of it and fulfilling our manifesto. Coming to Jubilee Party, our manifesto for those 10 years, the beauty about it is that people can see some project. There was what we call the big push projects. That was more on infrastructure. The tarmacking of the roads, the development, the opening up of counties to allow businesses to go to the deepest part of the counties. Those were referred as the big push projects, and they were long-term in nature. And if you look at how they were being budgeted for, money was being allocated every year for continuity. Then there were other small aspects of our manifesto that was pushed to the county governments. There was so much emphasis during the Uhuru Kenyatta regime on the county governments. because you see the development of markets. After we did the big push, the roads, electrifying our counties and our villages, we had now to enable the counties to start also pushing the devolved functions in terms of development, like the markets, like the sports spaces. We tried as much as possible to support the governors, the Council of Governors, to implement the aspect of our manifesto that was, most of it was devolved. So you could look at what we call the big push. You can see the SGR, you can see the expressways, the roads, the PPP plan that came because we realized some of our projects could not be funded directly from the exchequer because of the constraints of our budget. So the former president introduced very much on the PPP programs. That's we see the opening up of many spaces. So I have come to realize, even looking forward, the challenge has been also in transition. When you look at what, if I go back to the before our regime, the PNU, Kibaki regime, they laid a foundation. So when we were coming as Jubilee Party, even our manifesto, if you remember, it was like a continuity of what was being done by the previous government of Kibaki. So when we came, we knew exact roads to be done, why they were being done, and even the budgets were going to that. So whether we take up a loan, that loan was already budgeted for, and you could see the projects. What has been a crisis within now this new regime, the continuity aspect of what Jubilee Party was doing, the project that were being done, whether it is the housing. When we were doing the housing, we never went for the levies. So it was a clear development plan. So when there is a new government in place, what they promise the people for them to be elected and what is there already as long-term projects for a country, that has been the main challenge. The reason why now we find budgeting of projects becoming a challenge, leading towards the finance bill rejection by the Gen Z. You look at all those things. It's because of the continuity. You hear about roads like Mau Mau roads are not continuing. You hear dams have stalled. You hear because the new government came, like he said, with a plan. That plan, did it have continuity with the previous government? Because that one has been one of my observation as the challenge when we come to making budgets. And in that manifesto, we promise yes, but there are functions of the county which the national government must deliberately support the county governments to implement within their budgets. And then now the national government can take up the rest, which are the long term. The national government should be doing the long-term projects, the big push projects, so that the country can be opened up for counties to be able to function. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I want to recognize the presence of one of our panelists as well, Ruth Mbogo. She's the trainee advocate at Mudhoga Gaturu Advocates and the member of Democratic Action Party, that's DAPK. Karibu sana. And Joseph, you've brought out a very interesting aspect, the transition from one leadership to the other. We will not go into the nitty-gritties, but only one thing that you have provoked me to pick is the issue of public debt. Not putting the blame on, it was Jubilee who did that, and then there's a new administration. Mr. Tony, and before I go to Rebecca, also Ruth, you can answer to it. How can we manage in terms of the long-term funding of those big projects from one administration to, as we go into the other administration? Yes, we are guided by the Vision 2030, but when political parties are drafting their manifestos, they do make reference to the Vision 2030, but the implementation may be a little bit different. Then how can we be able to, oversee that successful transition to ensure that some public finance issues such as debt management and even taxation are in a more way contained from one administration to the other? We can hear from Tony and then Ruth, and then I go to the next good question to Rebecca.
Right, thank you very much for the question and for inviting me here. And also I'd like to thank our KANU director, Mr. Joshua Aloch, for inviting me together with the rest of the team to come here. Can you hear me? It's not. I can't really hear myself. Check. Yes, this sounds a bit better. So the manifesto process is actually a catch-22 process. And I think the two gentlemen have already alluded to that. In the sense that the person or the party writing the manifesto is outside power, and then when they win, they get into power. So they're writing from outside the government. And most times, especially in the last few elections, it's been new parties that come in and win the presidential elections. And so, to some extent, it is a little bit of a tricky situation in the way we've been looking at manifestos, because you're writing it from outside as a wish list, as something to encourage voters to vote for you. But when you get into power, the realities of carrying the government of the day with you come down onto you. So things like loans are a reality of yesterday. So you're on yesterday's momentum. So you've promised to do A, but once you get into power, you find there's A, B, and C waiting for you. But you never had planned for the B and the C. And it really requires mature leaders who are coming up with manifestos to be honest. We are seeing a lot of backlash with commitments that were made during elections and the realities of what we are seeing today. And it's not necessarily a UDA issue or a Kenya Kwanza issue. This is something, as my Jubilee colleague here has alluded to, that seems to be happening to every subsequent government that is political party that is coming into power. So the first thing I would say is it would need maturity in light of the commitments that you're making. 2, it will need working with the right consultants. When you're outside power, you're not working with the finance minister. You're not working with the finance ministry. You're working with your friends, your colleagues, and potentially experts. So I would say it needs that healthy mixture of colleagues, friends, and experts, together with that level of maturity as you draft the manifesto, which is the commitment that you're going to make. As KANU, this was done last time very well. Some of us came into the manifesto team. That was our first time. And we were brought in as experts into the process. But even while we were in the process, some of the other people there, 1 or 2, were political operatives of the party. Some were friends of the chairman who were looking after his interests. And then there's some of us who are just looking at the economic fine print and what we are committing. And so from us, we believe we came up with a very good manifesto. As much as our party did not get into power, the manifesto in and of itself was a wonderful manifesto. Yes, thank you.
My response to this question would be that as a country, do we have ideals? As a country, do we have a blueprint of where we are going that should be implemented by the agreement of the people, regardless of the regime in power? That have we gotten to a point where we know what is the foundation of what we base everything that we do upon? For instance, we do have one very major ideal that guides us as a country, which is democracy. That at the core of democracy, when you're coming up with proposals, when you're coming up with legislation, when you're coming up with policy documents and policy recommendations, are you aligning your policy documents, recommendations, proposals, legislation to the ideals of democracy? Which are that, you know, at the end of the day, over and above the system that elects leaders to positions, are we looking at issues such as the things that concern the ordinary mwananchi? The fact that, can the ordinary mwananchi be able to afford healthcare, for instance? Is it at the core of democracy that we should be able to have affordable education for all, to provide a chance for every child to compete and be able to get access to opportunities equally with their peers? Is it an ideal for us under democracy that at the end of the day, development should align with budgets? Is transparency an ideal of democracy? And the answer to that is yes. So we have submitted and subjected ourselves to democracy as an ideal. But when we come to implementation of ideas, we seem to have regimes that come into power, and dictatorship, because of how the people do not accept their policies, becomes now their model of running government. We now run away from democracy. Second, for instance, what is our collective goal and agenda as a country? And I'm not talking about documents that have been sponsored by foreign governments that tell us that 60 years from now as a country, we should be here. I'm not talking about documents that tell us that we have this vision called 2030 that has zero connection with what we believe are values, that has zero connection with what we believe are our ideals and our problems. Because sometimes when we sit down and adopt policies like Vision 2030, when you look at the very front page of that document, there are sponsors there. And many times the people who sponsor these documents are foreign entities who have what they believe should be the goal for your country for the next 20, 30 years. So for instance, for example, Vision 2030, if it is sponsored by World Bank that probably believes, and I'm sorry if I'm rubbing any of the sponsors in the wrong way, but if World Bank believes that the best way to run a government is to reduce the workforce in a government, and yet as a country, we are working towards creating employment, you see how there is a disconnect. So you are killing off jobs and people are looking for jobs. So I think what should guide us moving forward, that would make us move forward as a country, is ideals, is what are our guiding documents that we should always be loyal to. For instance, the Constitution. And then over and above that, which is a critical aspect, we might have a government that at the helm of it all, the president could be competent, the president could have the right ideals and he knows where he wants to take the country. But if he cannot, at the core of hiring people to help him push that agenda, is competence, then again we are just playing a game that we will never win. So the people that you're hiring to push your goals, are they people who even have an idea of what is happening in the various departments that you have taken them to? For instance, me, I like talking with examples. We have people who are recently hired, recently appointed by Gazette Notice. Someone is given the Ministry of Mining, a department in the Ministry of Mining, I'm not mentioning names, you can do your research, and you find that when you look at the academic qualifications, come on, personally, if I was given a department of mining, I would not take it, because there is nowhere in the law that I have studied for 5 years that teaches me anything technical about mining. So can we look at competencies of the people who hold the various departments who will help us push the agenda? And just as I close, I also think that this revenge attitude, the political revenge attitude that we adopt, whereby during campaigns, it is like understandable during campaigns to say that regime has done absolutely nothing so that you can get into power. But once you get into power, please, the day you carry up the Bible, forget about revenging, taking people's goats, focus on asking yourself, what has worked in this previous administration that does not need to be changed? What has worked that needs to be improved on? What do we need to do away with completely? Because if you ask me, in my opinion, 2 examples, there was no need for us to change the university funding model. No student complained, no parent complained, no university complained. There was no need for us to change NHIF, no hospital, okay, there were complaints, but it was not as bad as it is now. So can we avoid revenge attitudes when getting into power, just to show that we have this very new plan that when you interrogate, honestly, should have just been a continuation of what the previous regime was doing.
Thank you very much. I want to, a disclaimer to my panelists. This is a panel session and all the actors are political. But even if we are political, in PDF there is collaboration and competition. We may compete, but at the end of it all, we have to collaborate. So I want us to go to where it says the rubber meets the road and everything. Here I have a box. What is it written? Yes, Finance Act. And then here there's another one, quarterly implementation box. Then there's another one here, budget estimates. Then there's the Monanchi budget, Appropriations Act. Specifically this one for Finance Act. Yes, it was very revolutionary. I'll not go into details. Rebecca, I'm coming back to you. We have youth and we have women at the county level. And I know you're very much passionate about women issues. The political campaigns will be very intense. And a member, although people will be elected into MCAs, other senators, that will have the governor, but they will go to implement their manifestos at the higher hierarchy. This is what the governor or the president had in mind. But they have other them now the mwananchi huku chini, yeye alikuwa anataka a certain program, yeye alikuwa anataka maybe a certain project. So you are an MCA, kindly detailed briefly. I know you and Mheshimiwa Osodo, these boxes, they mean very much to you. How can the young people and the youth leverage on the budget making process to be able to push that idea or that project which is of ideal to them, and it comes to implementation through the budget making process? I will start with Rebecca, and then now Osodo will weigh in on that. Yeah.
Thank you, Kinywa. Thank you, Kinywa. I would start by saying that in as much as we'll have the budgets come from somewhere. The budgets emanate from, we have talked about the manifestos, but it also comes from public participation. So the first thing I would say that you've asked about women and youth and how their ideas can be put in the budget is to first understand the budget making cycle. So do we understand the process of the budget making cycle? In every term, at the beginning of every, let me say, after elections, we have the CIDP, that is a 5-year term plan. Are we, participating in the creation of that document? So that CIDP will contain, ideas of, say, at the county level, of the manifesto of a governor. It will also contain the ideas and the manifesto of the ruling government, and also it will emanate from public participation. So as youth and women, we need to know this cycle. At the beginning of every time we have the CIDP, have our ideals been put in that CIDP? Have we, participated in the public participation? Have we, come up with, let me say, a document, to say, this is what we want as women of this region, as, this group or this interested party. Then after the CIDP, we have the ADP, which is now the annual development plans, which comes from the CIDP, which is 5 years. So whatever, the ADP ideally we should extract from the CIDP. So sometimes you may want something, you may want your ideals to be catered for, but you did not participate in the CIDP. So the CIDP will inform what is in the ADP. Then now from the ADP, we now have the budget making, where we now put actuals in the actual figures of what we want to spend depending on our resource allocations. So can we be able to lobby what our ideals can be put in that budget estimate? Again, we also, after the budget, then we need to take part or participate in the implementation. Yes, it is our role as members of county assembly to oversight, but also you as a mwananchi, you as a young woman, you as a youth, you also have a role to participate, because these documents, for example, the CIDP, the ADP, the budget, will always, be in our websites. It's a public document. You have a right to ask, and you have a right to participate. So once it has been, put in the budget, we also have to follow up and see whether it is being implemented. We also have recently, the Auditor General has released the audit reports. It is for all of us, including the public, to consume what the Auditor General has the audit report. So can we look at the audit report? Has it been implemented according to, what we wanted implemented? So I think you can also look at the county budget review. It's called the CIPROB, County Budget Review and Outlook paper. That will also tell you, actuals of what the county has done. Yeah,
thank you. And before I give Honorable Sodo, you can Mute that mic, the mic. So, Mheshimiwa Osodo, Rebecca has explained to us. I'm sorry for that. Yes, there's the budget making process and the budget making stages. Have you ever received as an MCA a submission from a political party on any of the documents? That is the first question. The second question, sound system, kindly work on my mic. I don't know whether MCAs are at liberty to attend the public participation meetings. If you have ever attended any, might you have had a submission from a young person from Kishushe who is a member of ODM? Ishaifanyika?
Thank you, Kinywa. I'll answer you directly. One, well, the budget making process is a long one, but one of the active tenets budget making process is public participation. Now, this is one area that our political parties have not exploited fully, and especially at the county level. I'm aware at the national level there were some whipping that were done during the Finance Act and the budget, the voting process and everything. But at the county level, I have been a member of the Budget and Appropriations Committee in the last assembly, that is 2017 to 2022. And each and every time as we were presented with the budget estimates, it was our duty as the county assembly members to go down to the public and confirm with them that what are your views concerning this plan of expenditure? What kind of input do you want? And then if you check the adverts that were being placed in the newspapers, the clerk of the assembly invited memorandums as well that in case you're not able to attend physically, you can submit a memorandum through this particular email. I want to tell you for a fact, Kinywa, that it was disappointing. The response was disappointing. You can go through that email and not find a single memorandum from our people or from any political party. And I think this is our misdoing, that as political parties as well, well, the aim is to capture power. But if you haven't captured power, or after capturing power, then how do you then follow up and ensure that the entire citizenry receive good services? I think that has been our undoing so far, that we need to focus on. Because even apart from the budget process itself, the political party has its aspirations, has its what it wants its citizens to receive. They should be developing an interest in each and every stage of that budget making process, each and every financial year, that is the government, whether we are in government or not, is the government of the day serving the people, our people. Because political parties are organizations. They don't exist on air. It is people who form them, and it is people who run them, you know. So they need to get that interest as well. Lastly, also, Kinywa, I wanted to bring issue with the phrase public participation. I think this is one area that we really need to define in our constitution and probably, you know, put a threshold to it. Nowadays, many politicians or the concerned parties go to a place, they go to a ward, they find 5 people, they sit down, they drink a soda, they take pictures, you know, and they come say that we've done a public participation. There is no measure, there is no threshold as to then what qualifies to be a public participation. I think we need to put a threshold, define the numbers, define the participation, define the engagement levels of people, so that when we say we have done a proper public participation, then it is there. Then secondly, we need also to be interested as MCAs, as legislators as well. We need to be interested in the reports that come to the assembly, that have they captured the views. It is one thing to come to a public participation forum, give out your view as a youth or as a woman, but then it is another thing to be captured. Like what happened recently with the Kimani Kuria. People were telling him plainly, we don't want the VAT on bread. We don't want this and this. But then the report that came to the assembly was totally different from what people wanted. So there also political parties also need to come up and, you know, weigh if the aspirations of the people then have not been captured, then we can use a tool and whip our members to vote for or against a particular policy. Thank you.
Thank you. And so members who are members of political parties, we have heard this is Migori County. Yes, my 4 panelists who are members of political parties, mtanisaidia briefly. Political parties receive a fund called Political Parties Fund. Whether it is too much or too little, they receive a fund. But at the same time, our party members are not able to take part in the budget making process. Ni pesa hatuna ya kuorganize training for them on the budget making process, or is it the budget making process is not a prioritization of the political party? I would want to understand. We can start with Marvin and then we come that way in brief remarks here.
Thank you, Kinywa. Yes, indeed, political parties do receive some funds from the public funds. And I want to believe that when we are talking about public finance management, I'll look to myself first and how we do as a political party before I even start looking at what is it that we are doing as a government. Just have a disconnect, so that from my level, I can actually say we received this money and this is what it was used for the specific purpose as required by the law. Because most of the time, I know in a democracy, we tend to have a tendency of being compliant, in that we are looking at every year we'll have a financial audit, so we need to be compliant. But one thing that political parties fund is doing to political parties is improving and helping us build our capacity, ensuring that our members are able to interact. And you know, the Political Parties Act is very clear on how we are supposed to utilize those funds. For example, we are supposed to reach out to our members in at least, give them an administrative office in at least 24 counties. And I think this is an area that political parties are doing very well, and I know there's a bit of struggle because of the match that is given, but these are the efforts that political parties put in to ensure that public funds are well catered for. And maybe just to mention an example, in line to a budget making process, we realized it was, there was a very big gap, especially after June last year, when the finance bill was rejected. And we undertook, as a party, we went on to a journey to ensure that we educate, we just create a platform for, especially for students. Our focus, our major focus then was students, then build it up as we go on. And you will find mostly in those forums, in as much as we had other partisan issues to speak about, but the government processes was a very critical aspect of it. And this is a platform that was created by the party just to educate comrades. And I'm sure I've seen some members of...
in summary? Yes, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. These are platforms that the political parties fund has enabled a political party to be able to just ensure that we manage that fund well, and in compliance with the public finance management, just ensuring that we engage our people, tell them these are the cycles. Like for currently, if we have frequent of those meetings, the public will be aware that there is something that is coming up from maybe the county. They'll be aware that as a country, the cabinet has already passed 4.2 trillion, let's say, budget for the 2025-2026. So we are agents and transmitters of such information so that we engage our people. And I think that is an area that we are looking into. And we are very categorical. After finishing with the comrades, we should be going to the other general public just to inform them as to these processes and encourage them to participate through our satellite offices. They can engage and be aware of what is happening and productively be party to these processes.
Thank you, Marvin. The other three colleagues, kindly briefly. Do I need to repeat the question? Am I Kosawa?
All right, thank you. When I look at political parties and the funds that is allocated to them, and the crisis that comes when with the budgeting of our national budget. Political parties get funding once the government has surplus, even though it is in the law. And when you realize that that money does not come in time, a political party is not able to organize and run its programs as intended, because it is either trying to manage the crisis at the secretariat, reducing the cost of managing the secretariat, especially for the opposition parties. The one that in government, it is expected them to do much because they are the one who does the budgeting. But something I have come also to observe is like what we are doing even in Jubilee Party, what the strategy we are trying to look at. We have elected members of county assembly, and we have elected members of National Assembly and Senate. When we look at the budget process, the making of the budget, it does not start when it is announced nationally. There is the county budgets that are already running. We have the CIDPs that happen in the first year when a new regime is elected. But our elected members, I have come to realize they don't have the capacity to oversight. That has been what I have observed. Personally, even before coming to the space I am in terms of a holder in the office, I have participated many public participation way before, not even the formal ones that now are guided by the Constitution, even though they are not properly guided. There are times when I remember the area chief could call barazas. Whether it's a security issue, it's a health issue, it's an outbreak of cholera, there were barazas that were being called within the villages. And I remember I was participating in some of those out of curiosity, but they were never mobilized by either elected leaders or political parties. And I look at the roles. We have the two MCAs here. I look at the roles of elected members, both county and national. Their role is to first represent. Then you legislate, and whatever you legislate, you must oversight. But when you ask them, who are you representing? They will tell the people who elected them. Then what have they sent you to go and represent in terms of budget making? What are the priorities of that ward? When you are campaigning, they told you we want a market, we want a road, we want a dispensary. That is what you are supposed to bring into the county assembly. And as they make the budget, it is your work to look into that executive budget when it's come to the assembly. Does it include that dispensary in my ward? Because that is what you are going to represent your people about. And if it is factored in the budget, you see you have been allocated 10 million for a dispensary, for instance, then it is your work to oversight that the county government in that financial year, they must develop that dispensary. But what we see with our elected members, once they get into the assembly, they represent themselves, they legislate for themselves, and they oversight for themselves, which has let the political parties down. Because once you have been nominated by a political party for an election, you represent the people, the members of that political party who elected you. So directly, you are representing your party and the members of that party in your ward who elected you. So that one, I see a lot of lack of capacity or understanding for our elected, both county and national assembly. So my ideal desire would be now, if the funding for political parties is not enough, we can loop with so many organizations. We have CSOs who come to capacity build political parties, whether it is the secretariat, whether the MCA caucuses, they can always come and discuss with KANU, Jubilee, or even UDA. We can write a proposal to an organization, say, we want to capacitate our members of county assembly or national assembly. Once we do that, when the process starts to make a budget, the MCA is aware that they must go to the ward. Before anything, they must call a meeting at the social hall and ask his people, we are starting the process of making the budget. What are your priorities? When now they do the sub-county public participations, then he can invite his members to that. And if the MCA needs facilitation from the party through the party caucus, he can get the same because they give money for the party. They give remittances. But no MCA has done that, which I have come to understand from my position as administrator for Jubilee Party. It is us who was asking them, are you sending people for this? That one is the missing link for a proper budget making process. Once we emphasize, you have been nominated by a political party to represent the views and the desires of the people in terms of development and social justice, then you can do justice to them. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll have briefly and then Ruth, and then I'm going to open it for the participants. If you have a question regarding the two subjects that you have mentioned, one is manifestos, how they implement, they come to be medium-term plans, and then the second one is political parties in the budget-making process. So if you have a question, note it down. I'm coming to you next. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you. I think my two colleagues on here, also with the lady, they've already talked about the political fund, and I think they've touched on it very well. The areas that I think I can still comment on is the box you talked about, the Finance Act. And what happened last year in June was not really about the Finance Act. If you are to take 10 Gen Zs and ask them about the provisions, to name 2 provisions of that Finance Act, most likely they won't. It was an opportunity for them to express the challenges that the Kenyans are feeling about the decline in the economy. That's what it was. It was just an opportunity. It wasn't truly about the Finance Act in and of itself. And so, even as we talk about engagement, we might be answering the wrong question with a right tool. Is it really more engagement that is required by the youth, by the citizens, to then make the government do what it's supposed to do? Aren't we already represented by leaders who are supposed to then undertake that process? So now we have president, deputy president, governor, deputy governor, senator, MP, women rep, your local MCA, nominated MCAs, nominated MPs. Now we are asking Kenyans, now even you come into the process. So what are those elected people for? So it's not so much that we need more people inside the process. And I'm not against the process in and of itself. And the law already provides for that. Public participation, which can get better. That is fine. The door should be open if Kenyans want to enter that door. But telling Kenyans we all enter that door is not necessarily the answer. The answer is in leaders doing what they were elected to do. And so when leaders failed, and I'm not saying this particular leader or that particular leader, but when leadership failed, Kenyans went to the streets. When leadership failed, the woman who went to Afia House went there. One woman, Mandamano. It is the leadership that failed to provide solutions to a critical mass of citizens. So I'm not necessarily for, let's keep pushing for more engagement. We need more accountability from the leaders in light of them doing just the simple things they're supposed to do. If you follow a cow, very few flies follow a live cow, but many flies follow a dead cow. So all this congregating is because the economy was dead. And that's what we are all paying attention to it. But surely if it lived and it moved and it breathed and it worked very well, there would be less need for all these discussions and participation, which are positive, but there would be less need for that. I want to give one suggestion, and he also gave a suggestion which I thought was very good.
Briefly, okay.
There is no, how do I say it? There isn't enough follow-up or opportunity for follow-up on the manifesto of the party that won the day. That is just the truth. Now, it's not out of ill will. We just don't have enough systems to make sure that what you said is what you do. One office that I find missing, which I'm suggesting individually, not now as KANU, is
In
we,
summary, kindly.
we need a CS level official in charge of the manifesto of the winning party. What Jubilee did is they brought a minister, or what they call a minister without portfolio, and I'm borrowing from that. We need somebody who can sit at the executive meetings, but his or her job is to follow up on the manifesto so that as plans and procedures come in, he or she is able to put in guidance and say, no, that's not what we told the people. This is what we told the people. Because remember, to win an election, you're in charge of everything, whether you had the right manifesto or not. You're in charge of yesterday's problems, yesterday's loans. And so what happens, the leaders tend to forget. Out of goodwill, they tend to forget what the manifesto is about. So we need a cabinet level individual who's able to shepherd. And I would say the same way that we have a majority, we have a majority leader in government, in parliament. We need somebody else at the executive whose only job is to follow up on the manifesto of the ruling party.
We'll hear what the participants have to say. Ruth, you answer the question in briefly, and then I'll go to Rebecca so that I can balance each panelist mentioning 2 items, and then we go to the citizens. Yeah,
I will try to be very brief. Okay. And I think the question was that, because maybe the people who joined when they were talking, you could repeat it just so that I can.
Mheshimiwa Osodo mentioned that in his capacity as an MCA, hardly do political parties either attend the public participation forums on the budget making process, or even if not physically participating, even making submissions. So is it, and then I mentioned the fact that political parties do receive political parties fund. So is it the challenge of parties do not have enough money to facilitate their members in the budget making process, or it is a general, lack of goodwill? Yeah, that was the question.
Thank you for repeating it, because I saw some people walking in, so they might miss out on the question. And my answer to the question is that I come from the Democratic Action Party, and I was previously in another political party, then moved to this party. And the reason why I moved was because of what I saw happening at DAPK in terms of its leadership. When it comes to the attention of the leadership, when when the question is issues that concern wananchi, including the budget questions and questions around, finance bill and all that. So I think when we are evaluating how well our political parties engage on these questions, the first thing would be to ask, for instance, at the finance bill voting, how did political parties vote? The one thing that I appreciate my party for, in terms of how they spend their money, is that the first thing is that they did during the finance bill conversations, even before the young people took to the streets. We as a party held several meetings with party members to find out from the party members, in the presence of the few elected leaders that our party has, to find out what exactly do the Kenyans want their leaders to represent them on when it comes to the question of the finance bill. And as a result of that, our political party members, the 5 elected MPs, were able to capture the aspirations of the members of the party who are ordinary mwananchi, and as a result of that, they knew they were under pressure. So the money that is allocated to political parties for us was spent on engaging leaders and telling them that we are actually expecting that for you to vote no against the finance bill. As a result of that level of accountability, our party actually is the only political party that voted 100% of its members no for the finance bill. So that tells you that there is very many ways in which you can spend this political party fund towards ensuring that the aspirations of the mwananchi, what people want seen in these budget making processes, is achieved. A second example would be the Adani deal, which once again Kenyans took to the streets. Young people talked about it on social media. What did my political party do with its political party fund allocation towards trying to resolve or address the question of Adani? I always say, and this is now a message to the young people when it comes to engagement with political parties, in as much as we will say we are partyless and all that, at the end of the day, there's only so much noise that we can make on social media regarding an issue. The noise can lead to the president, for example, saying, like he did, that the Adani deal is now cancelled. But over and above the deal being cancelled by the commitment of the president, there are legal processes that must be undertaken to ensure that, first of all, the question is addressed legally. For us to understand, for instance, in the question of Adani, it was a question of procurement laws not being observed during the process. It was also a question of lack of involvement of the Mwananchi in terms of their opinion, you know, public participation not being done when it comes to big issues like that. It was a question of the impact of Adani would have been very detrimental to the social lives of the Mwananchi. How? Because some of the clauses in this deal were that Kenyans who are working at the airport were now supposed to sign different contracts from the original contracts they had that would have probably affected their financial position, which would have put them in a disadvantaged position. So now our party, in utilizing the political party's fund allocated to it, actually petitioned, went to court, made a petition where official orders were issued, and orders that do not just apply to that situation for the time being, but can be implemented in future deals where the interests of the Mwananchi are not taken into account. So from such legislative issues and directions and orders from court, then we as civil society organizations like Budget Talk should be able to address questions such as, can we have engagement with political parties? Can we have engagement with young people that over and above you guys going online and saying hashtag Adani should be cancelled, hashtag this should happen, hashtag reject the finance bill? What are some of those platforms that they should plug into that would put them at an advantaged position to get knowledge in terms of public participation? Because I remember in my political party, when we would have these meetings, as I'm finishing, when we would have these meetings, the culmination of the same would be that I, Ruth Ambogo, whose only knowledge I have is probably the law and nothing to do with finance, can now, as a result of those meetings, sit here and tell you things about finance that maybe because by virtue of not attending those meetings, I wouldn't have known. So political parties are a perfect place for young people to plug in. And as young people, for me, as I cut this conversation and put it to an end, I would say, look at the political parties that actually fight for your interests. If a party can convince its members to vote 100% no against a finance bill, and you're looking for a political party to join as a young person, and that is something that was at the core of your heart, your fellow young people probably died, some were abducted, you're looking for a party that aligns to your ideals, that are, you know, promoting what you feel and what you want and what you want seen, why not align with those parties like my party DAP?
Okay, I'll leave it to the participants to decide. So Rebecca, I'll have a question to you, then I go to the participants. There's something that was mentioned by Tony. We have elected MCAs, fine, they are part of the budget making process, but is it fair for the youth, the women, the ordinary Mwananchi to leave the responsibility on the budget entirely to the MCAs or the elected officials? What is your opinion on that?
Thank you. Well, the budget consists or is made up of projects that are priorities within a community, and it is the responsibility of everybody. As an elected leader or as a nominated leader, there are those projects that I will think or that I have, you know, picked from different groups that is important. However, those could just be my own ideas. So it is also important that we all participate. I want to give an example. In Kiambu, we've had several submissions and memorandums by different groups. One very active group for young people in Kiambu is called Bunge la Mwananchi. I also happen to sit in the budget committee, and we even take about 3 days making sure that we take care of all the issues that have been, you know, highlighted by different groups or groups. Yeah? So, however, when we are looking at these wishes or you know, priorities, we first look at, is it feasible? Is it part of the CIDP? Is it part of the, can it be, you know, is it part of the manifesto? But one thing that I have is an eye-opener is political parties. We've not seen political parties. However, as leaders in Bunge, we also represent political parties. But I want to believe in the National Assembly, the agenda of the ruling party is factored in the main budget. However, there's a lot that needs to be done in the counties, because then it is driven by maybe governors' manifestos, leaders' manifestos, wananchi manifestos. But what about the ruling government manifestos at the county level? So to answer your question, yes, it is our responsibility. I may think that this project is important, but there is something else that is very pressing for a certain group. I'll not be able to have conversations with all the groups, but during public participation, when you come to the public participation or submit a memoranda and even justify why this is very important, then maybe I'll be able to see that what I had highlighted is not as important. It can be, number 3 in order of priority. So it is important.
Thank you very much. At this moment, I want to go to the audience. I already have seen 4 questions. No. I saw you'll be the next round. I'll take first round. There's Nyonje, there's the gentleman, and there's the lady, that first round. Second round, there's Eve, then there's this gentleman and the gentleman. That is second round. Kindly, let's keep the questions brief. For the interest of being fair, the first 3 panelists, you will take in their first round of questions. The second section of panelists, mtachukua the second round of questions. I know because you have 2 MCAs in the second section, so we'll see how to go about it. So Ken, let's take the question.
Thank you. Mine might not be a question, but something the panelists can address, that the main problem facing African countries, including Kenya, we know is foreign dependency, including the AU has been constructed by the Chinese government. So we are deep into foreign dependency. And the constitution is very clear that the public debt of the country will be passed from one government to another. It's the responsibility of the next government to take the debt of the previous regime. Now, as Ruth has said that you'll see the 2030 posters with sponsors there. It is because we rely on those sponsors. So our political parties getting into this conversation about the root issues like public debt and foreign dependency in their manifestos. And you will see political parties, as a Kenyan, I feel, have failed us, because they do not engage in these root issues and the issues that touch on citizens. They are political vehicles. If you see ODM, you know who you'll see. If you see UDA, you will know who you see. So therefore, political brokerage and this work of public accountability, we want manifestos that are breaking down figures of them. We want to see these political parties moving around for civic engagement on issues of budget, on issues of economic issues, civic engagement, because this work has been left to siasa place, has been left to budget talk. I have never engaged in a public participation meeting of sponsored by a political party. So political parties failed in that. So why are we in this conversation?
Okay, thank you. A second person, guest was the gentleman, and then there's a lady over there. Yep. Brief and sweet. And for those who have joined us, this session we are discussing the role of political parties in public finance. Let's go. Yes, briefly.
Thank you. My name is Francis Sevenyasende from Nyamira County. Have some 2 questions. The first question is on manifestos. I heard the far left gentleman saying that manifestos are hard to implement because when a regime comes into power, it probably starts to implement its manifesto into the second year. I find this puzzling because we're in the second year of the sitting regime, yet the things they promised they'll do in 100 days, none of the 5 has been accomplished. So how do we write our manifestos? Are we writing them with the intention of losing? And when we win the elections, we are surprised now. What do we do? Secondly, I heard you were talking of Finance Act, and the gentleman third from this side simply said that Gen Zs were protesting because it was an opportunity to show the bad aspects of leadership. I'm sorry. We are learned. We know the Finance Act. We were not protesting because of the government, we are learned. The things we are saying, it is because we read the articles. When you are writing a finance act, you are the sitting regime. For example, as of now, it is
Summary.
you. Why don't you prioritize your manifesto, then ask ODM and the other parties to bring their manifestos in, instead of prioritizing your own agendas? Thank you.
Wow, good question. The last one, there's the lady standing.
Thank you. Let me start here. My name is Rosalind Asena. I'm a member of the NEC Hub. NEC Hub means Nairobi Eastern and Central Budget Hub. And so I want to ask about the manifestos. Are they officially subjected to public participation? And if not, why? How can we, as this village, how can this village turn around these tables, turn around the political tables, and bring forth a manifesto that is community and citizen centered? In the sense that communities can develop their manifesto. We can have a ward manifesto, we can have a constituency manifesto, and we can have a county manifesto. We don't need to wait until they write a manifesto for us to come and implement, and we are the ones who are wearing the shoe. We know where the shoe is pinching us. We can write our manifestos as communities. So I'm pushing a challenge to this village. Everybody who is here, let's turn the tables around. When a political party or a political person comes before the community, let the community tell him, listen, sit down. Here is our manifesto. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The first section, kindly respond, and then we'll go to the second one. After, in briefly, Marvin, there was a question directed to you, I guess, from the second panelist, but you'll be the last one. So, quick. No, we have taken the first three sets. So, yeah. So, go first. Briefly, because you have another set of questions to take. Okay.
I'll address two questions. The first being the question of from Esther Nyonje, who happens to be an educator of the public. She participates a lot in educating the public on quite a number of issues governance related. I'm glad you're asking the question on foreign funding. And I will come again to my initial submissions, which are that if a country is dedicated and has an agenda and a way forward and an ideal, for instance, I would tell you that over and above being a lawyer, advocate in trainee, as well as a member of DAP, I subscribe to a continental platform called Pan-African Congress. It's a Pan-Africanist group that advocates and is trying to get African countries to go back to the ideal agenda that used to push African countries when they were championing for, basically separation from our colonial powers and independence, the Ubuntu as an ideal. That if, for instance, Kenya was to say that we are adopting Ubuntuism as our way of doing things as an ideal that guides us, trust me, we would never find ourselves in a situation where borrowing and foreign borrowing is something that we think of or even plan for in our manifestos and in our execution of duties. Why? Because if you go back to Ubuntuism, or even if you are to rely, for example, on the ideal that is found, that my party, DAP, is founded on, social democracy, where you say that for us, we are talking about building internal capacity to be able to produce, when you have an ideal like social democracy, basically what you're saying is, can we as a people come together, find solutions amongst ourselves that work for us, that can resolve all the problems we have, including the fact that we don't have sufficient funds to be able to run government activity and development projects. But can we build, for example, industries, which is what was part of the DAP's manifesto and still is.
Yeah.
Can we build local industries as opposed to the other way of doing things, which is can we export labor, so as opposed to exporting labor. And social democracy ideal would push you to say, let us build local industries, let us get increased employment opportunities for people so that they can produce in the country for export, to make money that comes back to the country, to build the economy, and therefore as an ultimate result, reduce foreign borrowing. And the second question, okay.
No, let me give another. So, just you want to respond to one of them? Okay.
I think I'll be very brief.
Yep.
And I want to just touch on a bit of what the lady asked about foreign dependency. Africa does not depend on foreign investments because they want. Actually, it is a debt they are owed, because the most developed countries have developed under the back of Africa. They have a duty, they have a responsibility to ensure Africa catches up. Because why? They take our minerals, develop their countries, push the climate levels higher, and then they want you now, after they are fully developed, they want you now to become like they are. Now, the other part I don't like about this foreign dependency is when now they dictate how you are supposed to carry out development. Once you get a loan for a road, and then it comes with attachments, you must lay off, you must change your curricula, you must do this. Now that is a bad debt, because at the end of the day, you are still supposed to pay it back. So when a country wants to expand its infrastructure, they are at liberty to go and get a funding, a grant, a loan, but it must be anchored on a manifesto, on a budget that is well prepared, and it has to be predictable that once we do this road in this community, it will open up business and employment. Number two, I want to touch on
allow me to
just only one.
Be very brief.
Very brief. There's a gentleman who said about the manifesto implementation. And my brother has also said, if you remember the Jubilee Party government, it had to be created a cabinet position to ensure, as much as we are ambitious, this government must stick to the manifesto that we spoke about to our people. And that is where in the 10-year plus, in the 10 years of Jubilee government, you saw deliberate programs, as much as there were loans, you can see the development that came about that space. So it is not about the manifestos are neglected. It's about a government deliberately deciding. We made a commitment. There has to be somebody here to remind us this is the path without changing. Thank you.
Then I want Tony to briefly mention quickly about a young person, Gen Z, responded to you, what you said, briefly that, and then Marvin will mention about, then we'll take another quick round and then we call it a day, okay?
Okay. Yes, I concur with the gentleman. I agree with him. Yes, the young people are educated. A lot of them are in universities. Most of the participants today I see around here from universities, people studying. So he is right in the sense they're educated. What I was saying is over and above and beyond just what was written in the Finance Act, the economy was declining anyway. And so I think a lot of them also were complaining about the lack of jobs, the lack of access to health for themselves or even for their parents or grandparents. So it wasn't purely just the clause in and of itself, of which the Gen Z are familiar with. It was the decline in the economy, the decline in the nation in and of itself, captured at that particular moment because the government was paying attention to the Finance Act, and that was a good time for people to arise and have a target in which to hit the government at.
Okay, thank you. Marvin, briefly. Okay.
Thank you, Kinyo, and just maybe briefly to the first question, and maybe where I was directly mentioned, and I want to state this: as a country, we are a going concern, and I think I want to acknowledge that Kenya, as we stand, this is a going concern. That is why, in as much as there are always change of regimes, there is always continuity of government. And maybe when you look at how government has career civil servants with a term limit who are permanent and pensionables. We have economists And when you look at now our implementation of the plan, and I want to say this, there is nothing wrong with somebody walking back on a plan just to prioritize other issues so that you set ground for you to be able to implement what you had said. So there is nothing wrong with a government telling you that we are going to do this in 100 days, but now when you get to power and to reality, you discover for you to implement some of the things, you need to lay down. Like, for example, I may mention something to do with agricultural reforms. We all know as a country we rely on the natural rain in terms of agriculture. If you are doing an agricultural reform, you have to give yourself like a year for you to be able to see those implementation. And lastly, on public accountability, and when it comes to this documentation that political parties have, the plan and maybe the budget, these are the good things, because when you are holding any person accountable, you have to make reference to something. And making reference to something, those are the things that you really acknowledge and you say, this is what you said. And lastly, maybe
has to be
on
very brief on, yes,
on the manifesto. You know, the worst thing is most people might not know the process that, let's say, UDA went through to come up with the manifesto, because at that particular time, we were only engaging members of Kenya Kwanza. There was a very well-detailed economic forums that brought up the manifesto, and that is why our manifesto was very popular into the election. And maybe that is one of the reasons as to why we won.
Thank you. I had already selected the second people who are asking the question. Do me one favor. Direct your question to one panelist so that those who will not get questions, as they answer the question, they'll also be giving their closing remarks. We had Eve, the gentleman, and then there was Tom over there. Yes, Eve, briefly. Mnasikia muziki imeanza na staki our conversation ikuwe interfered with, yeah? You can come here so that the crew can be able to see you.
Good evening, everybody.
Evening.
My name is Eve Madhai, and my question is not necessarily for one person, but for the representatives for the political party. We are heading into a political season. I think we already are, considering what has been happening. And I'm curious to find out what you're doing to ensure that you're teaching your members or engaging your members in issues to do with ethics and integrity. Because even before we talk about public finance management, we need to address those two, ethics and integrity. Secondly, there's one time I'm a budget facilitator, so I train government officials on the budget process. So there's a time I encountered some member of the county assembly who was not familiar with the budget process, yet they were in the back committee for their county. So what measures are you also putting in place to ensure that your members are also sensitized on public finance management issues and specifically the budget process? Thank you.
Thank you. So that one will go to Mheshimiwa Sodo. Yes.
Wow, thank you. My name is Charles Mariata. Mine is to speak on the public participation and what the events that happened last time. So when we were electing our leaders, we had a referee, a neutral person, we understand, IEBC. Why don't we have the representatives of the political parties here to come up with something, at least they make sure that whenever we have a public participation forum, we have an IEBC that is neutral, and then all the things that they need to have, let's say it's a functioning IEBC with all the commissioners, they'll just elect their representative to go and do referee on that public participation. Is it hard? Yes.
Okay, thank you. Last one, Tom. Is there any other two? Nimefungia with a very burning question to our panelists. Okay, I'll give him as we come to an end. Yes, Tom?
Yes, I'm Tom Ogada. I have two questions, just starting from where Eva's left it from. On the issue of engagement, I had a difference from the panelists there. There was the roots there saying that in their party, DAPK, they were engaged and they were capacity built on issues budget. But on the other end, there was a perception that that is an area that needs attention. So that means from the panelists there, it is clear because two of them actually said that there is lack of capacity when it comes to engagement with the budgeting process. Then now my question is, if you look at civil society organizations, current focus has shifted to citizens, civic engagement with citizens, as opposed to engaging parliamentarians or legislatures. Why? Because whenever they are engaged, it is really difficult to see them implement on the areas they are engaged in. One, there is state capture. They are too loyal to the executive, or they are very much loyal to the party, as opposed to the interest of the people. Now the question is, how can political parties see that we bridge this gap, and how can they engage with the civil societies to bridge that gap to ensure that the things that we are engaging in, or in the budgeting process, the things that are discussed are actually implemented or are seen during when the budget, for example, is placed before Parliament.
Summarize, yes.
Then the second one is on manifesto and national interest.
Okay.
My question is, these manifestos that we are talking about, are they tied to the national interest?
Thank you so much. The last one, and then we'll have Honorable Sodo and Rebecca respond to that, and then we'll take a final closing remarks from Ruth all the way to Marvin. Yes, briefly.
My name is Likio Chola, and I appreciate the opportunity to be able to contribute to this meaningful discourse. Now, I have a question to the good gentleman who heads audit in UDA, whose yellow tie I really love. Now, we all have a basic understanding of audit that I can choose to call, in my own words, that they are professional fault finders. Now, in this country right now, the parliamentary committees that are supposed to be protecting the nation on financial issues, right now we are all as good as declaring them dead because of the current political arrangement. Now, the only existing establishment that is devoid of infiltration from the executive is the Office of the Auditor General. Now, the other day, we also, Kenyans are aware of the report that the Auditor General gave that flagged off all the major projects of this ruling government. Now, my question to you is simple. How does that augur, one, to you, on your personhood as an auditor, and two, on the conscience of a ruling political party whose party leader is the origin of the quote that Kenyans currently say, Wakenya sio wajinga. Thank
Wonderful.
you.
Hey, apigiwe makofi. So thank you for the participants. So we'll have Honorable Sodo Becky respond, and then now we take closing remarks. Yeah, for the interest of time.
Thank you. I'll try to be as quick as possible. I'll respond to the gentleman who asked what we are doing on the incapacity of the MCAs. Well, unfortunately, I have to admit here that basically, as at now, the threshold of electing some of our leaders, I don't want to call them, the threshold is quite low. And when you come to the assembly, you find a mixture of everyone. You find a mixture of intellectuals and a mixture of TBIMs and TLLers and a mixture of this and that. So, well, we have no choice on that. It happens. But then, as an assembly, we always try that as soon as people are elected, we try to, as much as possible, to, take them through civil education, capacity building exercises, orientations here and there, and, exposing them to different ideas from different people and bringing in trainers, so just to help on this. So it is an area that we are working on, but it is true also that the Constitution should be amended and attach a particular threshold on the kind of leaders that we are electing. Secondly, somebody talked about how the manifesto is tied to the national interest. I want to say, just as one of the gentlemen said here, that basically manifestos are tools for marketing and also to clinch power. Because one of the panelists also said here that, the problem is continuity, that one regime comes into another regime without knowing. But then look at it, Kinywa. In 2017, it was Uhuru Kenyatta, who was the former prime minister and the former finance minister, who then became the president. In 2022, it was William Ruto, who was the former deputy president, knew everything that is happening in government, and also became the president. So you can't say that all these people, and even when Kibaki was leaving, it was the same people who were in his government who then came to power. So you can't say that there is no continuity. All these people know what is happening. It's only that they want to coin something to help them capture power, because what they have been doing there does not augur well with the people. They have to twist it.
Okay, thank you. Before Becky says remarks, Mheshimiwa, you have said political parties in a way view manifestos as a tool for marketing. But, okay, I've used the word in a way, I know a reason. But we had one of our facilitators there, Lisema, manifestos are the core of Mwananchi, because that is where inafinya mguu. And could be that is why the citizens went to the streets, because political parties view manifesto, tunauza sera. But Mwananchi view manifesto as, I need health services and I can get it through manifesto. So the way both of the parties and Mwananchi are viewing manifestos is very different. And we will see what we will do even in this session, but in the future. Yes, Becky, in summary? Yep.
All right. Thank you. I'll first start with a question by Charles on public participation, and if we can have a neutral referee or facilitator. First, I'd like to agree that there's a lot that needs to be done with regards to public participation. Sometimes we call out for public participation. Maybe on a Monday morning, we probably will only get a few people or will not get people. So we need to review our Public Participation Act. Can we be able to allow submissions?
Where is the red microphone? I guess.
Can we be able to allow submissions, maybe digital submissions? You're at work, can you log in somewhere and, give in your views? So yes, there is need to relook at the public mode of public participation. Sometimes I can say sometimes we just have to mobilize people. So there'd be our own people and would, for example, tell them what to say in that public participation, just so that we can have a few people and sign in the form that public participation happened. So what is the mode that we're using to advertise that there is going to be public participation? What time are we, allocating for public participation? Where is this public participation happening? Is everybody, is it fair for everybody, or will it allow everybody to participate, or at least a good sample of people? So maybe I liked that idea of a neutral referee, because also sometimes we'll have items in the public participation, but then when the budget is read, then you realize, some of the things in public participation were not captured.
Okay.
And then the other
Summarize,
question,
okay.
yes, the last question was by Tom Ogada, that members do not know the budgeting process. Maybe the question I'd like to throw back that question to him. Who are you electing? Why are you electing this person? What did they do to deserve to be elected? How did they convince you to elect them? And lastly, on manifesto and national interests, I like her idea. The Vision 20, we have a Vision 2030, but the consecutive governments have been, it has become a certain document at the side, and then every government comes with its own manifesto, not necessarily aligning to the Vision 2030, because again, it was written by foreign entities. We did not own it as Kenyans. Okay. So can we maybe look at our government as an organization where we have a strategy,
okay,
or our interest, then every consecutive government that comes then aligns to the national interest or strategy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Another second key takeaway, we need to look at how we do our public participation. So our panelists, 30 seconds each. If you go past 30 seconds, I'll have to cut you short because of the interest of time. So we'll start with Rug, your closing remarks. Any remarks on what we can do better? The other microphone, MC, the red one, yeah.
In my closing remarks, my words go to the young people who hunger for change on a daily basis, who shed blood because they thought they knew what they wanted, and they knew what they wanted, and they even had an ideal of what society should look like, and they continue to do so. My advice would be this. A couple of years ago, when I was a young person in the same position or at the same age as the median age for the young people who are on the streets in 2024, I once attended an IEBC public participation forum, and the then Commissioner Isaac Hassan said some words that reverberated to me and have stuck with me and have guided how I have engaged in matters politics. He said that if you're not seated at the table, then you are on the menu. May the young people today realize that part of allowing yourself to be on the menu is refusing to sit at tables where decisions are made, is refusing to sit in platforms and engage in platforms where critical policy that affects you directly or indirectly is decided upon. One of the greatest platforms where that happens is political parties. Yes. If young people cannot join the existing political parties, they should form their own. But before they do, may they learn from the older political parties. May they join the DAPs of today, the Jubilees of today, and learn from these people and learn from their mistakes, learn and see what they can do differently. And finally, once again, the dream is not far away from us. We can still not necessarily do things the way we want to do them now, but we can reclaim our country. And at the helm of reclaiming that country is the power at the ballot. This is the time to register as voters. This is the time to register as members of political parties, and you're welcome to join DAP.
Thank you. Let's go to, yes.
Yeah, on my closing remarks, I will touch on just two areas of what a political party should be. We know what it is, but I'm looking at what it should be. And some voice, please.
Mute the second microphone. Yeah. Mute that.
Check. Thank you. When you look at a political party, whether in power or in opposition, they must remain to be institutions. They may nominate members of parliament, county assembly, and executive, but the secretariat must remain an institution whereby it will nurture, inspire, and educate the young people who aspire to be in leadership, create forums where young people can embody themselves into the spaces they want to be. There is a young person who never want to be a political leader, never want to be elected. They are in the corporate departments, but in their corporate world is actually affected by the decision made in the political spaces. So I wish the political parties like Jubilee Party, the departments, the secretariats can now focus on being an institution, nurturing, incubating future leaders, have conversations within the political party space, whether it is in government or not, so that now we can bring about a generation who should be carrying their manifesto, talking to the elected members of parliament, and making sure that these things are done. Secondly, finally, as we are looking into now the election cycle, which now has started this year, may you find a place, a political party, you can talk about change. You can effect that change. You can shape that future. And when you look at all these political parties, there is a generational change. So make sure as a young person, you are fitting into some space so that at least we can now reclaim our nation, rebuild it, and leave it to the next generation better than it is today. Thank you.
Thank you, Joseph. Tony?
Yes, mine is...
Mute one microphone. Yeah,
sure.
thank you.
Mine is the same point. I had said that as a suggestion, in light of the talks we're having about manifesto, is that the government needs to have at least one cabinet minister in charge of delivery of the manifesto, and his powers can also be devolved down to the county, with to the county ministers, so that the agenda of the manifesto, you have somebody in charge of it and somebody who's able to push for its delivery.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Sodo.
My dream for Kenya is a political party that will ensure that the interest of the people come first. In as much as parties are hungry to capture power, let the people's interests come first. Secondly, let the political parties know that their roles do not end at the ballot. Let the opposition play their role in ensuring that the party in power stick to their manifesto and deliver it effectively, and let the party that is ruling also ensure that they stick to their party. Lastly, let us all come up. Elections are still very far. It is 2027. We are in 2025 March. We still have a lot of time. There are still a lot of things that need to be done. Let us step up as Kenyans, hold our leaders accountable, and ensure that for the remaining few years, we get the services that we deserve as a country.
Thank you. Becky?
Thank you. My parting shot is that politics is personal. The budget is personal. The taxes we pay are personal. The finance bill is personal. So let us actively participate. Let us scrutinize. Let us engage. Let us occupy. Kenya is ours and we own it. Thank you.
Marvin?
Thank you, Kinywa. Maybe just 30 seconds so that I respond to the direct question. I'm privy to the audit reports that we've seen. And I want to say this, audit reports are never obituaries, but they are always tools of good governance. In that, when you read audit report in full, it will give you an observation, what has been observed. It will tell you what is wrong according to certain statutes. Then it will give you recommendation. And when you listen to our party leader closely, you will find him to be somebody who welcomes such critics and just to improve on some of the things that we are doing. Those things are very necessary in any particular process or any governance. So we welcome all those, and that is the same reason that we have broad-based government in place. So in closing remark, I want to say this. Political parties are good vehicles, so to say, as people say, but good vehicles for good governance in any country. And people should not shy from joining political parties, especially CSOs. For a very long time, CSOs have stayed away from political parties just for them so that they are not seen to be partisan. But we also welcome budget talks. We are really keen to see what you have to offer and what we can impact our members through the good work that we are doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And yes, CSOs may not be able to join political parties, but political parties and CSOs may work together. So thank you very much to our panelists. Let me remind our audience whom we had today. Ruth Ambogo, thank you very much, lawyer and policy expert, DAPK Party. Thank you to Mr. Joseph Kagai, administrator and strategist, Jubilee Party. And thank you to Tony Mwiti, member of the Policy and Research Committee, KANU Party. Thank you to Honorable Brian Osodo, member of the County Assembly of Migori. And thank you to Mheshimiwa Rebecca Kiai, member of the County Assembly, Kiambu County. And lastly, thank you to Marvin Wamukota, the internal auditor, UDA Party. So these conversations do not end here. At Budget Talk Global, we view political parties not as vehicles, but as institutions of governance, which are able to play a key role when it comes to the budget making process. Our audience, poleni sana. This session imekuwa 2 hours, but because we felt that manifesto, budgets, campaigns inakuja, and one comment that a lady over there said, wananchi view manifestos as something to do with life. What Mheshimiwa Becky amesema, they are very personal. So political parties, kindly, please don't view manifestos as a campaign tool. Ni kweli, Yes, don't view manifestos as a campaign tool. It is something that Mwananchi hold very dear to their heart. Thank you very much. Let me hand it over to Babu, the MC, so that he may bring the session to an end. Asante sana. Let's appreciate our panelists with a clap.
Pigeni makofi huyu jamaa. Haya, tupige picha hapa chini. The panelists. Let's appreciate Kinyo and his panel. Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let's appreciate our panels as they take their seats. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It was nice.
I will call you. Thank you. Political parties panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, we are finishing up. I think we had a good engagement. Maybe I'll call upon Nyamai to give us guidance on the way forward. How are we closing up this one?
The village photo caboose. People can take photos from there.
Mabeba. Ati what is your key takeaway?
My key takeaway ni wakuje DAP.
Waungane na chama. Wale mulisema you're not in political parties. Mmeshakuwa mobilized. Ati huyu aingie aje chama huyu?
Mimi ni mtu wa UDA wana.
Key takeaways guys. Okay, hapa nyuma.
My key takeaway today is that budgets are political at the end of the day.
Budgets are political at the end of the day. And as we are starting in the morning, Daktari alituambia kitu. Ilikuwa aje? What did he say? Dr. Rogo. He said that every issue is a budget issue, not political. Sasa wewe umekuja na siasa. Take away.
My takeaway is that public participation should be citizen-centered.
Public participation should be citizen-centered. Every issue is a budget issue. Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow we'll be here by 8. Our first session will start at exactly 8:30. And it will be heavy. Ile itakuwa hatari sana. So my brother, leo ulikuja umechelewa. Kesho kidogo rauka na ukuje na mtu wa tatu, si ndio? Kiongozi, tomorrow's session really needs you guys. It will be youth-centered, youth-oriented, and in fact youth issues. So find time, get here by at least 8. Kaa chini hapa mbele, uzungumuze na watu na upate nafasi ya kuuliza maswali, au sio? Na ukuje na vijana. Kiongozi atembee peke yake. Your power depends on how much people you work with. Key takeaway, bana. Takeaways. Chair.
You must be in a political party.
You must be. Kama DAPK.
Kama UDA.
You must be in a political party. Final takeaway. Wa mwisho. Wa mwisho. Hii ya mwisho nipe nani? Mamu.
I'll say, as my sister said, you have to be at a political party, because whenever you want to move in this society of Kenya or anything that is positive, you have to be in a political party.
That's well taken. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have a village booth outside here. You can take photos. Keep taking photos of yourselves. Retweet and tweet. Hashtags Budgeti Hub, PFM Village, and of course PDF. Ndugu yangu, nataka kusema kitu. Tukuache. Haya. So ladies and gentlemen, as I've said, tomorrow we start at 8:30. So be seated by 8 so that we can have a progressive engagement on public finance management. Thank you so much. My name is Ken Babu. I'll be here tomorrow, same place, same time, with the same people. Nyamai, unatuwekea chai? Hawa tuende nyumbani. DJ, angusha kitu.
Time and I heard that I was ugly. Came from a chick who never wanna touch us in my face. Bomb abs tight, racks that go shack height. Jury on me flashlight. I can listen last night. Hit 'em with that good, make you wanna act right. Broke boys don't deserve no kitty. I know that's right. Big bag, bustin' out the belly band. Take a man, Balenciaga brought it back. Know how I give it up. It's big bags, bustin' out the belly band. Take a man, brought them back, brought it back. Know how I give it up. If it's up, then it's up, then it's up, then it's stuff. If it's up, then it's up, then it's up, then it's stuff. Big bags, bustin' out the belly band. Take a man, brought them back, brought it back. Know how I give it up. If it's up, then it's up, then it's up, then it's stuff. If it's Balenciaga brought it back. Know how I give it up. It's big bags, bustin' out the